Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1256 of the War News stream. And today we've gotten some very big news that China is deploying large-scale forces near Taiwan. We've also seen Ukraine launch another massive drone attack on Russia, and analysts are warning of a Russian nuke threat, which is escalating really rapidly into today. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear that the People's Liberation Army and the Eastern Theater Command has started to conduct a large armed buildup within the Fujian province of the region, directly across from the Strait of Taiwan, as we've also gotten additional reports today from the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan that communist Chinese aircraft have penetrated the airspace of their nation within the northwestern region near to Taipei, and we've also been able to hear of significant and odd naval activity within the area of the southern end of the Taiwan Strait. This is also coming at the same time as the United States of America has published information from a U.S. military Department of Defense-led Pentagon war game, which largely states that if the Taiwanese are blockaded, even in limited military action, it could result in thousands of fatalities as a result of that armed military conflict that may be coming at some point in the future. Although it's not entirely sure whether it's today, tomorrow, or the next few years, one thing is incredibly sure, that it is on the precipice of all-out war. We have also been able to get additional information from inside of the Russian Federation that the state of Ukraine has conducted another significant drone attack over the past 24 hours, with the Ukrainian drones striking down and destroying significant parts of some of Russia's largest oil refineries, including the largest operational Russian oil refinery south of Nizhny Novgorod inside the city of Kostovo. We have been able to hear that the Russian Federation appears to be adamant on continuing their war, as some analysts are starting to say that the use of a nuclear weapon by the Russian Federation, or the outbreak of a nuclear war in Eastern Europe, is starting to become more likely, as it is considered under Russia's current nuclear doctrine that the Russian Federation Federation may use a nuclear weapon on the state of Ukraine in the guise of a defensive action to try and force an end to the conflict. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian armed forces have been inflicting incredibly high losses on the Russian Federation once again today, and have been able to manage a limited counteroffensive in several small areas of the front line, and have been able to inflict a large amount of losses and take a decent amount of prisoners on the Pokrovsk front over the past 24 hours. We have also been able to hear that Ukrainian armed forces were able to destroy a significant logistical bridge within the Bryansk region, which may have been used in the future to house, support, or operate Russian offensives across its spans. We have also been able to hear that the inside of the Middle East, there's been another explosion at an Iranian oil refinery that appears to have been caused by the Islamic Revolutionary, well, actually Mossad for the large part, although the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is absolutely pissed about it at the moment. And we've also been able to hear, meanwhile, near to the area of the Euphrates River, that there are now heavy firefights once again breaking out between the Syrian interim government and the forces of the Syrian Democratic Forces, largely led by the Kurds of the northeastern part of the country. We have also some additional news, by the way, to put this out there, that some people are actually starting to hear some statements floating around the Russian government that in response to the United States forward deploying forces into Germany, the Russians may attempt to deploy Oreshnik hypersonic nuclear-capable missiles into the country of Venezuela. Although at this point, that is not a guarantee, that is more so an idea that is being floated around inside the Russian Federation government. Nevertheless, it is still a pretty large news day, and we have news, of course, coming from pretty much every single corner of the globe over the past 24 hours, and we're going to be getting into as much of it, each and every small detail that we can, that we have been able to get here on the channel. But one thing is quite significant today, and it is the odd and uncouth sort of developments that are now happening within the Eastern Theater Command of the People's Republic of China. Once again, to break this down for viewers who may not be familiar, the People's Republic of China, much like the United States, divides up its zones of military control into different military districts. These districts can take on different names, and some of y'all may be well familiarized with American theater names, such as CENTCOM, EUCOM, INDOPACOM, NORTHCOM, and others, which largely make up America's global zones of control, where military equipment and resources are prioritized to specific missions and prioritized to specific hypothetical scenarios that may be outbreaking within those specific regions. The People's Republic of China exercises the same military district model, but on a far smaller scale, and instead of it spanning the entirety of the world, the People's Republic of China actually divides up its military districts within its own national borders. And to really quickly show y'all these, I will be showing y'all the Chinese Military Theater Command map to show y'all each and every single one of these. This is very important to know Chinese military structure to be able to talk further about Chinese military actions that we're talking about today. China has divided up their nation into 5 specific military districts. In China, these take on the name of the Theater Command. The Theater Commands are a specialized district within the People's Republic of China, much like the United States international military districts. China's Theater Commands take on specialized missions, largely focused towards one particular thing. At least as far as the modern-day People's Republic of China is concerned, the Eastern Theater Command and the Southern Theater Command are the ones that are getting the most attention, with the Central Theater Command largely existing as a support region to any of the other 4 if a situation was to arise. China's best and finest units, which are housed within the Central Theater Command, could rapidly be shifted anywhere into the country and anywhere into any other theater command. But as of today, our specific focus is on the Eastern Theater Command. The Eastern Theater Command is a specialized theater command made by the People's Liberation Army through orders of the chairman of the People's Liberation Army, Xi Jinping, in a 2017 military reform, with a specific purpose of preparing and arming and planning for an eventual armed invasion of the island of Taiwan directly off of the coast and directly along the border of the Eastern Theater Command if the situation was to ever arise. The People's Liberation Army, at least within this particular area, is actually heavily specialized in the acts of amphibious warfare or an amphibious landing that would take place. Inside of the Eastern Theater Command are 3 group armies. Group armies are a new concept within the People's Republic of China and have only existed for about 8 years. Pretty much coming in along with the military district in the 2017 People's Liberation Army military reforms. There are 3 major group armies that exist inside the Eastern Theater Command. These are the largest operational military units in the People's Liberation Army that currently exist in an actual usable form. Everything else beyond the group army is largely administrative in nature and only exists on paper, but as far as operational command structures, the group army is the largest basic element of the armed force. The 71st, 72nd, and 73rd group armies are all a part of the Eastern Theater Command, and from what we've been able to hear today, within the Fujian province, there's been a large deployment of one of these group armies within the region, with the Fujian province being the closest province within the Theater Command to the island of Taiwan. This means that this is a fairly large development, and depending on what kind of group army this is, this could actually tell us a lot about what China's future plans are, at least here in the immediate future of the next several weeks. Unfortunately, at the moment, we have not been able to get enough information about what particular group army it is, but out of the three, the 71st, 72nd, and 73rd group armies that are inside of the Eastern Theater Command, we do understand that the 71st group army is most likely the unlikely candidate of the three. The 71st group army is set up as a heavy combined arms, largely a heavy is sort of a group army, if we want to call it that. Pretty much every single one of its brigades is either a heavy combined arms brigade, and at the lightest they have a medium combined arms brigade or a light combined arms brigade. This is considered to be an incredibly heavy army structure, and this army structure would not be conducive to an amphibious landing on the island of Taiwan, as larger tanks and equipment found within heavy combined arms brigades, which largely are made up of main battle tanks or other forms of heavier equipment that is non-amphibious, would not be successful in conducting the opening of an amphibious landing, or at least putting a great deal of diplomatic pressure or a threat of a future amphibious landing onto the Republic of China's government. This means that as far as our analysis is concerned, there are two group armies that could be likely candidates for this large deployment in the Fujian province today, and that would be the 72nd and 73rd group armies. The 72nd and the 73rd group armies are actually a little bit more special, and while even publicly we do not know the exact brigade structures or the names of the brigades that are inside of the 72nd or 73rd group armies, we can see that these group armies differentiate themselves greatly in their combat structure than that of the 71st group army, both of them noticeably including two purpose-made amphibious brigades within the People's Liberation Army. Many people are actually under the misconception, at least here in the West, that the People's Liberation Army Navy Marine Corps, which is the Chinese version of a equivalent to the US Marine Corps, would be the one to conduct an amphibious landing. From what we generally understand, the People's Liberation Army Navy Marine Corps largely serves a specialized role for eventual island hopping campaigns inside of the South China Sea near to the Paracel Islands and the Spratly Islands, and while some limited elements of the People's Liberation Army Navy Marine Corps may see some involvement in amphibious operations against the Republic of China if war was to break out, the chances of that are still highly unlikely. If any amphibious actions are to be conducted against the island of Taiwan, it is highly likely that these will be amphibious brigades of the People's Liberation Army directly, meaning that they will most likely be derived from the forces, at least at the outbreak of conflict and the first attempted beach landings of the 72nd Group Army and the 73rd Group Army. Of course, we're trying to work with the information that we have at the moment, and we only know that there has been a major deployment of Chinese armed forces within the Fujian province, but we do not have any specific details of the satellite photography that has come out showing the types of vehicles that are on the ground, which would be very indicative as to what kind of a group army is there, or at least what basic brigade elements have started to build up within the Fujian region. This is also following on a lot of additional information that we've been getting out of the Taiwan Strait today, as well as from a Pentagon-based war game that was also concluded, and its results were published officially to the public. But before we get into that, a lot of people have been talking about the information that has come out so far, with the large-scale deployment of forces within the Fujian province inside of the Eastern Theater Command. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it looks like about 67% of the audience said China is rehearsing for invasion, and that's why they're doing these unusual naval drills and also these large-scale force deployments near Taiwan, while 17% said China will likely invade in just a couple of days, and 9% said it seems pretty routine to me. And I'll be honest with you, it's normal for China to do naval drills around Taiwan. That is totally normal, but this one is a little bit different because they're doing naval exercises in the Guangdong waters, which is literally in the South Taiwan Strait, and what's unusual about this is it involves both civilian and commercial vessels, and that is typically what would be used to invade the island of Taiwan if they were to pull this invasion off imminently. So that's the disturbing part. It involves both of those types of vessels, which is a telltale hallmark sign that either they're rehearsing for invasion or they might be about to actually pull it off and pull the trigger on it very, very soon. But generally speaking, right now, I would generally sort of leave it at this analysis at the moment that China is rehearsing for invasion. They're probably not really ready just yet, literally to launch it this week. It's probably still a little bit too early. They still probably need to finish up some preparations. I presume that if the invasion does happen, at the earliest, it'll probably be in several months, if not up to a year or more. Probably not imminent as in like a month or even a week. So I'm with the 67%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that this is most likely another high level, at least in terms of the forces involved, military war game that is supposed to be putting low level coercion against the Taiwanese government, which is a very important part of the non-war military activities that the People's Liberation Army is a heavy believer in. The People's Liberation Army does have a specific culture and certain kind of an ideological framework, which is heavily entrenched inside of Maoist philosophies. And this is also a reason why there's been a great deal of social tumult or political tumult, at least within the Chinese communist structure, because Xi Jinping is actually pretty much going directly at the head against Maoist philosophies and largely bringing in what we call Xiism, or what we've called Jinpingism sometimes, which is a little bit funnier. But beyond that, we do largely understand that the People's Liberation Army heavily emphasizes the idea of non-war military activities, meaning that the People's Liberation Army largely wants to operate with its military forces to conduct such a show of force or such a display, or to make the enemy believe through either psychological warfare or other elements that there is no point in resisting, as resistance would be futile and the war would be lost nonetheless. And this action today, while largely looking like it could be the preparation for an amphibious landing against the Taiwanese, this is most likely more so a high-level, low-level coercion effort. Low-level coercion efforts are something that the People's Liberation Army has specifically outlined as a large part of their operational doctrine, meaning that they like to implement psychological warfare to terrorize another country's populace or government into thinking something that the People's Liberation Army wants them to believe. As far as it's concerned between the Communist Chinese and the Democratic Chinese of the island of Taiwan, the Communist Chinese want to put forward the idea to the Taiwanese that any sort of a conflict would be completely futile because the Communist Chinese are going to have such a numerical and strategic and technological advantage that they will be able to overcome the Taiwanese at any given moment in time. For that reason, the Chinese are continuing to push forward as well on the diplomatic front the idea of a two systems, one country model, or a one country, two systems model, as it's been famously known. The same kind that they put forward with Hong Kong and Macau, which of course ended in absolute failure. But nevertheless, the Chinese are trying to do with these actions, most likely at this point, the attempt at saying you will be completely defeated if we go to war with you, and we also want to terrorize them to think that, at least on the Chinese thinking parameter, and therefore you ought to just accept our demands to pretty much be absorbed into communist China, and we'll at least allow you to retain some of your political systems for maybe about 20 years or so before we completely crush them, and then you'll pretty much become a part of the Chinese Communist Party or Communist China in full by that point. And that's generally what
That seems like a tough sell, though. Like, I get the fact of why they might be doing this for low-level coercion efforts, but, you know, the invasion of Taiwan, when China eventually does decide to pull that off, it's not going to be easy. Like, they might be able to eventually win over Taiwan. Like, it is possible that they could win in an actual invasion scenario, but they're having to go up against some really, really strong natural defenses around the island of Taiwan, which is going to be pretty difficult to defeat, even with these custom-made landing craft that the Chinese are making. So, essentially, they're going to be limited to bombarding by aerial forces on Taiwan to basically soften them up first, and they're really not showing off that capability right now. They're showing off the naval vessels right now in the South Taiwan Strait, but outside of that, though, they're not really showing the aerial assets, at least for now.
I would have to say they really aren't. We did get some reports today. Sorry, everyone. We did get some reports today that some aircraft of the People's Liberation Army Air Force did enter the southwestern airspace of the country and then left, or specifically the Air Defense Identification Zone, the ADIZ, and then left the area immediately, which is generally giving us an idea, at least at the moment, that there is some limited PLAAF aircraft involvement in this exercise, but from what we can tell from the reports, it's incredibly small. We were also able to hear of significant naval exercises happening in the Guangdong waters of the southern end of the Taiwan Strait, which is largely under the joint responsibility of the Eastern and Southern Theater Command, as it actually straddles the very border between the two theater commands. But nevertheless, these vessels were largely specialized, at least some of them, in preparing for an amphibious landing on Taiwan, which is once again further reinforcing the idea that this military exercise, along with a major buildup in Fujian, is supposed to be once again conducting a very high-level, low-level coercion effort against the Taiwanese, once again making it appear that the Chinese are getting closer and closer to actually being able to step foot onto the island nation. However, there is a lot that goes into an island invasion or amphibious warfare operations that hasn't really been talked about a lot, at least in the public, and something that we always have to point out here on the channel. Conducting an amphibious landing takes a lot of effort, and it is logistically very complicated. And when I say logistically, I quite truly mean the basics of logistics: food, water, ammunition, and spare equipment, and replacements and reinforcements to keep a ground invasion going on land. One doesn't have to look that far in history to see where naval invasions or amphibious landings have been incredibly difficult in prior history, such as the U.S. naval landing at Incheon, which largely was actually successfully conducted almost without a hitch, because the North Koreans did not expect a naval landing at Incheon in the earlier part of 1950, which pretty much caught the North Koreans by surprise, and they had to retreat entirely out of South Korea. But nevertheless, that was still logistically complicated, as they have to create a beachhead and then a self-sufficient supply corridor directly onto that beach for the supplies to filter further inland. That is incredibly difficult, as usually most amphibious landings are not able to have a direct access to port infrastructure that would make it easy to bring ships up towards shore and then offload the equipment onto land. That's why the Chinese are making these specific, specialized, made, pretty much Bailey Bridge sorts of structures that they can bring it to the beach, so that way they can pretty much turn it into an immediate port or pier. You can also see that very same thing at the invasions at Normandy on June 6th of 1944, and in the subsequent months. There was no real harbor structure, at least at the original landing sites, from the areas around San Mariglis all the way over to Ostraham. There are really no port infrastructures to be seen within this area. It was only later, in about 2 or 3 months after D-Day itself on June 6th, that the United States was able to start using Le Havre as an actual usable port to bring in tanks and heavier equipment directly into a port where it would be easier to unload and offload that equipment, wounded and casualties, and other sorts of things that would have to be exchanged from ship to shore and from shore to ship. This sort of thing is incredibly difficult, and from what we generally understand, the People's Liberation Army Navy just does not have a large enough number of amphibious vessels at the moment to support a large amount of landing forces on Taiwan. They could try and requisition civilian vessels to make up that deficit, but civilian vessels are not specialized to carry military equipment, or, at that matter, military vehicles, or any vehicles for that matter in most instances. And so for that reason, it would be incredibly difficult beyond basic munitions, food and water resources, or smaller sorts of supply items like that, to bring in heavier tonnage vehicles, such as main battle tanks, self-propelled guns, rocket artillery, or anything along those lines, to be able to help them continue their offensive on land, or even support anything larger than maybe a brigade or 2 brigades on shore. So generally, from what we understand, this is one of the larger and more intricate sort of low-level coercion efforts of this year, maybe even as large as Operation Joint Sword, once we get the numbers or figures of what kind of group armies or brigades are currently heavily deployed inside the Fujian region. But still, it appears to be a low-level coercion effort at best, and we're still waiting for the actual window for a Chinese naval invasion, which will be coming towards the very early part of 2027 and later on from there. Republic of China reports from the island of Taiwan did state that over the past 48 hours, there has been a decent amount of military activity by the People's Liberation Army both within the northern region of the Taiwan Strait, just within the last few hours, literally within the last hour, and in the last 36 hours, we were also able to see that there was a heavy amount of naval and air activity throughout the entirety of the Taiwan Strait, including that naval exercise that actually started to get close to the air identification zone, or the air defense identification zone, near to southwestern Taiwan, which we could see right here. We also were able to hear that the United States of America has come out at the exact same time with a war game scenario on an eventual war with the Chinese. And a U.S. think tank recently wargamed a Chinese blockade of Taiwan, and the results largely surmised that even limited military action could end up killing thousands of civilians and service members on both sides. Once again, though, that's a largely war game where the United States or the Taiwanese may have been handicapped in their ability to respond or to defend themselves. So once again, it's not a perfect analysis of the situation, but it is one that is largely trying to show a realistic bad end or worst case scenario for what could happen in a Taiwan war. Nevertheless, though, this is a major incident, and a lot of people are talking about when they believe an invasion of Taiwan would occur, or how long a war would last once it does break out, because we do also have to remember that the Taiwanese foreign minister, correction there, I had to think about that. The Taiwanese foreign minister did say that an invasion of the island is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when, as he did also state that China is preparing to invade the island at some point in the future. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this? Are people thinking that it would take days, months, years to take Taiwan, or if Taiwan would never be taken? What are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So the big question at the moment is when China invades Taiwan, because like the enforcer said, it's not a matter of if, it's when at this point, because China will pull it off at some point. It's just a matter of when that's going to take place. How long will the war last before Taiwan loses or the West shows up to help them? So 32% said it'll probably take months or years for Taiwan to get worn down in the war, while 31% said the West will fight for China in Taiwan. It'll probably go on for ages. And at 27% said it'll probably be days or weeks before Taiwan folds. And on this one, honestly, here's my projection. I believe what China would do in the opening days is they are going to bombard the hell out of Taiwan with aerial bombardments, missiles, aircraft, etc., drones as well. It's going to be a lot of that, and they're going to be pounding them hard day after day, and Taiwan's going to be in a very bad fix with that. They're also going to follow up with a land invasion, most likely after they soften them up. But at that point, though, it could be very likely that Taiwan either decides to throw in the towel at that point because they're so messed up by these airstrikes, or it could be that maybe the West actually shows up and fulfills their obligation to defend Taiwan, and then the Chinese decide maybe to back off or start negotiating in some form or another. But I believe, honestly, before it gets to the point of a land invasion, I think Taiwan will be reconsidering whether or not the fight is worth it or not because of how bad the aerial bombardment is going to be. So I'm personally with the 28%. Unless the West shows up to help, it's probably only going to last probably days or maybe even weeks before Taiwan decides to either throw in the towel or beg for Western support. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would actually say that Taiwan could hold on for most likely months, maybe even possibly a year before an amphibious invasion is even conducted, because aerial bombardments are one thing, but Taiwan's ability to defend against an aerial bombardment is another. And as far as Taiwan's ability, both in the Republic of China's Army and the Republic of China Air Force, is actually somewhat significant. And I'll actually try and show you that really quickly. Republic of China Army. And by the way, folks, I know a lot of people are, what do you mean China? Taiwan is China. Like, a lot of people don't know that. Taiwan is the exiled well, it was actually a dictatorship at the time, but is the exiled once government of mainland China, now on a small island. That's pretty much what it is. So in general, most Taiwanese people are actually Chinese by ethnic nature, and also by their governance as well. But outside of that, the Republic of China's army actually does have a decent amount of air defense forces built within it. You can also see here, this is the, let's see, I want to make sure. Let's see. So this is actually the entire force structure of the Republic of China's army here on screen. It's a pretty large one, so I'd have to start breaking this down later because I haven't actually looked at this incredibly well, but I will make sure to look at that off air and try and get you a little bit of a better analysis on this next time we circle around to it. But getting down to their equipment, we want to look at what they have for air defense. Dang, bro, they whipping out the Smith & Wesson.
Oh man, they got the revolver. That's nice, old fashioned.
Old-fashioned. They actually do have some really nice pistols, pretty much every variant of the Glock and everything else. But moving on past the small arms, was that an M1 Grand? Oh, it's a ceremonial. Oh, thank God. I was about to be like, no way. I was gonna be like, I was like, we might be cooked. But let me go and look at the air defense because it should be listed on here, and I want to make sure that we get the number because these sorts of things are important. Let's see here. Air defense, anti-aircraft weapons. Here we are. So let's see here. We want to find. So they have 74 Avengers. These are more so point-based air defense systems. They are quad Stinger pods, usually, mounted onto a Humvee. These things have a range of about 2 or 3 miles at best. So these are point-based air defense systems that would not really be able to provide strategic air cover. So not really within the larger picture of the opening of that air confrontation. The Chaparral is somewhat similar. These are actually a little bit older. You can actually see one here mounted onto a Taiwanese naval vessel. But these are generally what they look like in actual service. These are actually inside the Taiwanese armed forces. These actually use a ground-based variant of the AIM-9, which is called, I believe, a NIM-72, or something along those lines, to be able to engage and shoot down enemy aircraft. These can only engage at a maximum distance of about 5 miles, so once again, more so point-based than anything. They also have the Antelope, which is, once again, the Chaparral, just on a different chassis. And then I want to make sure that we get down to the Patriots, because they do have some Patriots. And I'm not seeing them here on this list. So, unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to get y'all a good number on that. But they do have a decent number of Patriot air defense systems that are also at their disposal. And then they also have the Republic of China Air Force, which could also operate in an air defense role. Not against Chinese aircraft, but against Chinese missiles and also guided munitions fired by the Chinese Air Force or the Chinese Rocket Forces, which are an independent branch unto themselves. But I want to make sure that we go here really quickly and find their equipment, because they also have a large amount of multi-role aircraft that could generally specialize in the air defense or air interdiction role. You can actually see these right here. You can actually see they have a large amount of their indigenous-made aircraft, the FCK-1 Qingguo. They have about 130 of these currently in service, along with conversion trainers. But, well, that's not the conversion trainer in question. It's actually that one. But beyond that, they do have about 130 of these in service. These can carry pretty much any kind of modern air defense weaponry that could be provided to the Taiwanese, including AIM-7s, AIM-120s, AIM-9s, and any American-based air-to-air missile, meaning that there would be a decent amount of air defense that could be provided, even with about 30 or 40 of these aircraft in the air at any given time. They also have about 50 Dassault Mirage 2000s, which are, of course, could also provide air interdiction if necessary, and they also have about a whole other 130 F-16 Fighting Falcons at their disposal as well. Generally meaning that as far as the Republic of China, or Taiwan as a lot of people would know it, would be concerned, just from the Air Force alone, there is a lot of air coverage to be provided, at least for a limited period of time. That limited period of time would most likely last for months, as these aircraft would generally be able to interdict the control of the airspace over the island of Taiwan, especially if they got into the air in time and were able to intercept a larger number of the incoming missiles, specifically at military targets. They could actually start to hold their own for quite some time, because for the Chinese to ever conduct an amphibious landing of the mainland of the island of Taiwan, not speaking of Penghu County, Kinmen County, or any of the other surrounding smaller islands of Taiwan, they would first have to be able to knock out the anti-ship missile systems, the Huangfeng 3s. And that is a fairly significant issue, because to be able to hit those, one, they're mobile, so you have to know where they are, and two, you have to be able to precisely strike them and destroy them wherever they are on the island. And if the People's Liberation Army Air Force is not able to clear out those anti-ship batteries, because the air defense is continuing to shoot down their attacks or shoot down their aircraft, they are never able to actually open up a corridor or even a window for the Chinese Navy to invade. Also, if they don't have enough amphibious ships, that could also pose another significant issue as well. So they could hold out for months, maybe even well over a year on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect there's a problem with the analysis there. I think what's going to happen is China is going to try to overwhelm Taiwan's air defenses by sending in large amounts of cheaper drones. I think that's going to be their initial strategy, and they're going to overwhelm their air defenses, which are typically designed to take down missiles and larger targets. They're going to overwhelm them with cheap, inexpensive drones that is basically going to exhaust these air defense supplies of the Taiwan military. So that's going to be probably step one. And once they overwhelm it, like we've seen, like for example, example, what Iran does to Israel systems, then things have a chance to make it through. And then a couple of missiles could follow that up and start hitting the coastal defenses that would be obviously warding off the invasion, the land invasion. And then Taiwan would be in a really bad pickle at that point because they will have to get resupplied with air defense missiles to be able to shoot down more incoming targets. And without that resupply, the Chinese have a small window there to start bombarding them further and taking down targets on land with missiles at that point. So basically, what I'm saying in whole is they're going to try to use cheap drones to try to overwhelm them. And I'm really not sure how Taiwan's going to get around that unless they have some magical defensive system that we don't know about.
That could be the case, but we also know that Taiwan has been heavily researching and developing their own drone forces, including anti-drone drone warfare. So it is possible they could also take down a decent amount of those drones before they cause any significant issues. Not to say that it'd be a cakewalk, but at the same time, the Taiwanese do stand a chance of being able to defend themselves for an incredibly long period of time, beyond days or just a couple of weeks. Taiwan is better equipped, better armed, and better trained, from what we understand, than the Ukrainian army ever was. And if the Ukrainian army was able to resist the Russian invasion for 3.5 years and still is at this point, I would have a feeling that Taiwan would be able to resist a Chinese invasion for long enough that it would probably force it into a diplomatic negotiating table, because China would not be able to make any sort of public or verifiable progress on actually taking the island of Taiwan or even Penghu County. Kinmen County is another question. Kinmen County could actually easily be taken for the most part, but Penghu County and Taiwan itself would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to take in a very short period of time, even trying to use modernized drone warfare doctrines and strategies. Also, that's forgetting that most Taiwanese offensive and defensive operational networks are not entrenched or fixed in position. They are actually mobile, meaning that they will be moving from day to day. So unless if the Chinese are able to conduct some sort of immediate reconnaissance within minutes to find exactly where those air defense batteries or anti-ship batteries are, it's not as easy as just flying a drone over and slamming into them, because you would have to have forward recon to be able to know where they were.
Oh, they'll have forward recon for sure. China will simply send up their stealth recon drones, which can't be really picked up on satellite. They've been testing those for quite some time now. They'll probably send a few of those up and have instant aerial surveillance of the coastline. So they'll be able to see where these mobile launchers are, and they'll be able to relay live targeting data back to their missile systems, and they'll probably strike them using the targeting data from those stealth drones. That's my assumption. But basically what I'm trying to say here, this is the bottom line. What I'm trying to say is Taiwan is facing a bit of an uphill battle here, and Taiwan's not a lost cause. I'm not trying to say that Taiwan's about to get demolished or about to get ruined and that's the end of it, but the bottom line is the West is going to have to commit to helping Taiwan if they get invaded. If the West doesn't come to Taiwan's aid, then I suspect Taiwan is probably going to be in for a really rough time, because with the amount of resources that China has, with these mass drone swarms that are very inexpensive, and we've learned how devastating those can be to air defensive systems and how quickly those systems can get overwhelmed, the West has to be willing to send immediate supplies to Taiwan and somehow find a way to get those through to the military, or either show up and actively defend the island using Western assets. Without either one of those things, then me personally, I think Taiwan might be in some trouble. That's why I'm really curious to see where the U.S. stands on this issue, because right now they haven't really clarified it out in the public.
I would have a feeling still that Taiwan actually have a little bit of an easier time of things than you're thinking. Like it's not like just because they have loads and loads of hundreds or thousands of drones. We see about at this point 70 Russian drones making it through Ukrainian air defense every day, and even still, it's hardly having an impact. Like the Russians are starting to get into mass saturation tactics, and it's still having a minimal impact on Ukraine's ability to resist. And at least according to the statement from the president of the United States yesterday, their kill-to-death ratio in Ukraine is 14-1. So, and also on top of that, another thing that's been shown is that U.S. and Israeli airstrikes against the Houthis, which was a mass saturation tactic, at least in a more conventional sense, not using modern air tactics with mass drone saturation, or with the Islamic Republic of Iran attempting to conduct mass saturation attacks against Israel, it didn't really knock any one of these groups out, at least in full or in any major way that would impact them greatly. So while they could use mass saturation tactics, the main number one issue is that still won't really be able to deal with mobile defense batteries like the Patriots. And also, I saw someone provide us with a number, and I was trying to check that while Matthew was talking. It is correct. Taiwan has 9 Patriot air defense batteries, complete with radars, generator units, launchers, and so on. So there are 9 Patriot air defense batteries on that island. There is then thousands of Stingers. There are tens of thousands of, I mean, it's loads of interceptors. They have a huge air force. They also have gun-based air defenses, which is fairly rare in the modern day and actually is very well suited to the drone warfare era of today. So with all that in mind, they actually could pose themselves a pretty decent fight against the Communist Chinese if they wanted to, even if the Chinese try mass saturation bombardment tactics, because those would most likely devolve at best, because the Russians also have satellite photography as well, and it doesn't really appear to have helped them out too much in Ukraine. The best thing that they could do is try and hit maybe civilian targets and terrorize the populace and demoralize them like the Russians do in Ukraine, but I don't really think the mass saturation bombardment tactics would really be able to do much more than that. Maybe they could also hit things like TSMC if they wanted to go out of their way to do that, which would make no sense, or any other major industries in Taiwan which are fixed in position, but I don't really think they'd have an easy time destroying Taiwan's ground-based anti-ship and air defense batteries, because they would almost always be mobile.
Me personally, I think because of the landmass size of Taiwan, with Taiwan being such a smaller landmass than, for example, Ukraine, I think that's part of the reason why Russia has a hard time with a mass saturation tactic, because no matter how hard Russia tries, they try to hit too many targets at once, because Ukraine's a very large country compared to Taiwan, so they have to hit many other areas. So they really can't focus in on one minute area because of that issue. With Taiwan, though, you can focus a ton of cheap drones in one small area, and you can overwhelm those air defensive systems. I think that's a huge problem.
That might be a bit of an issue, maybe, but I still generally would think that Taiwan actually would be able to hold out a lot longer than is publicly believed or anticipated, simply due to the fact that while they're an island, and it's not an incredibly large one, it's also an island, and generally islands have a massive defender's advantage, even if they are small. You can look at endless examples of that. If y'all remember, and I'll try and find this island really quickly. I'll just type it in so that way we could show it. Iwo Jima.
Also, by the way, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt, but somebody said Taiwan is hilariously insignificant. No, it is not. Like, I don't know where you came up with that. Taiwan is very important for Chinese containment and also for the semiconductor supply around the world. No, Taiwan is extremely important, just to make that clear.
And also, really quickly, just to point this out, Iwo Jima largely was taken by the United States, but it was one of the bloodiest battles in the Pacific for an island that is about, let's see here, 5 miles across at the widest. And you could pretty much get a general idea that the Japanese were going to be somewhere within 5 miles of one end of the island or the other, or about 2.5 miles in the other direction. And yet it still took us, I believe, months to actually take the island of Iwo Jima. Now, think of that, but on the
Back during World War II?
Well, but still, that theory applies today, because we were bombarding Iwo Jima for months with battleships, aircraft, and everything else in between, and it still took us months to take it. And that's being able to physically see them. Now, with Taiwan, even if they do physically see them, the Taiwanese could hold out for quite a long time, because the first thing is they can't even get on shore. Like, that's the major issue. You have to be able to clear everything else out to be able to even make it to the shore of Taiwan. And if you can never make it to the shores of Taiwan, it doesn't really matter how much you bomb them, you still are not able to physically take the island. So that's generally their major defensive advantage.
I think the slight difference, though, is the recon is a lot different today. So while we may have been bombarding Iwo Jima with a lot of, I guess you could say, indiscriminate or bombardments of fire from the battleships and missiles, etc., we really didn't know exactly where we were hitting. We were taking educated guesses of where they were and where we were trying to hit. Today, it's a lot different, because China is also at the cutting edge of reconnaissance, surveillance, autonomous drones, just like the U.S. is, and they don't need satellite data to do that. All they have to do is put a couple of those stealth drones in the air. They have extremely high resolution cameras on them. And also, let me get this bot out of here, by the way. But they have extremely high resolution cameras. They're stealth. They can't really be shot down that easy. And that gives the Chinese instant reconnaissance to feed back targeting data back to their missiles. So that's, in my opinion, a big difference. Once they have the knowledge of where to hit, that makes it a whole new ballgame at that point.
Possibly, but at the same time, though, like, just to make this counter, it doesn't really matter if it can be shot down or not, because a Russian satellite passes over Ukraine every 15 minutes and has been for the past 30 years. And even with all of the intelligence and data that they could gather, they still are losing 3.5 years later. So having reconnaissance isn't a guarantee that you're going to be able to do well. And we do have to remember that the People's Liberation Army is an incredibly inexperienced force. It exists entirely in theory. It has no real actionable combat experience to work off of for the past 50 years, since the end of the Sino-Vietnamese War of 1979 to 1981. The only other time they've ever been in combat was on a United Nations peacekeeping mission in Africa, and it was observed that they actually took a large amount of wounded in that operation, generally showing that even in asymmetrical warfare, they were doing quite poorly. So in conventional warfare senses, they would probably also be doing even worse, because they are working entirely on untested theory, and they would have to start rapidly evolving their theory to something that is more realistic instead of what they believed warfare to look like. Because watching warfare is one thing, but actually getting involved in how a war is fought and also fighting your adversary directly can completely throw doctrines out of the window. Like, for example, with the Nazi Germans in World War II, they were wargaming and were incredibly good, at least at the beginning of the war, with their offensive actions, because they were working off of battle-hardened officers with experience within the First World War that generally had at least some concept of what real fighting looked like. The Chinese have no officers of that type to even wargame out an actionable doctrine that would work. None of their officers were even alive at this point for the Sino-Chinese, well, the Sino-Vietnamese War of 1979 to 1981. All of those officers and NCOs have retired at this point. That was 50 years ago. So there is literally nobody in the Chinese military that has actually seen a real war, or even a battle for that matter, to even really know what's involved and what to do. Unlike most other countries.
I think that would come into play during the land invasion part, but in the initial phase, if it goes the way I predict it's going to go, which I believe they're going to bombard Taiwan aerially first with autonomous drones, aircraft, missiles, etc., then they won't necessarily need to have extremely good strategy at that point, because all they have to do is simply program these autonomous drones to attack in mass and overwhelm the defenses. And beyond that point, it's simply a matter of launching missiles at that point, and also doing air reconnaissance with the stealth drones flying over. So even a low-level strategist or a country with little experience in a combat scenario like China at this point, it wouldn't really come into play until the land invasion phase of the fight, which would come, in my opinion, after they got done softening up Taiwan with the aerial bombardment.
You would think that, but the thing is, though, is that it affects every level, because if you have no combat experience or any idea of how a war is really even fought in real practice, you may miss important things at the strategic level that you wouldn't have missed otherwise if you actually had warfighting experience. So it's not just a tactical level thing, it's a strategic level thing, because as far as Russia was concerned, they hadn't fought a real conventional war against a real adversary since since World War II, honestly. The Soviet-Afghan War was asymmetrical. The Georgian War lasted only a couple of months. And in between all of those, the Chechen War was also largely asymmetrical as well. So none of those even really count as conventional warfighting experience. The first conventional war the Russian army has ever fought since World War II is the war in Ukraine. And they were working entirely off of theory as well. And no matter how good the Russians were on paper with their satellites, which really are even better than stealth recon drones, because you can literally photograph an entire country in moments every 15 minutes or so and get a pretty decent idea of what it looks like on the ground. Even with that, even with generally a large amount of resources at their disposal that's been largely rotting away for decades, and even with a lot of people who actually were around for the original annexation of Crimea, the Donbass conflict, and the war in Georgia and Chechnya, they still did incredibly badly, because on the strategic level, they missed a lot. They planned off of maps from the 90s. They didn't use any modern reconnaissance. The Chinese may also attempt to do the same. We also know that corruption is decently prevalent, at least within the People's Liberation Army, and there has been significant issues, like rockets within the People's Liberation Army rocket force having their propellant replaced with water to make sure that they still generally have the same weight, but to also be able to sell off the fuel for money, showing that there's an endemic corruption issue in the People's Liberation Army, much like there is inside of the Russian armed forces. And with that kind of corruption present, and generally more so an existence of a political force than an actual fighting military force, I would say that that would largely pose them a great deal of issues at the strategic and tactical level on pursuing a war with the Taiwanese.
We'll have to see. Me personally, I think it could go. I mean, it's possible it could go either way, but we'll have to wait and see. But the one thing is certain, though, the one thing I think we both agree on is Taiwan has to have Western support. If they don't have Western support, they're going to be in some trouble, at least in one way or another. So hopefully it's going to flow to Taiwan. I have a feeling it probably will, but whether or not it can get through, that'll be another question. But I guess we'll just have to see when it plays out.
We'll have to see. But moving on from that and outside of the People's Republic of China and the eventual invasion of Taiwan, well, not really if it happens, when it happens, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the news that we were able to get through the course of the night, including the major news that has been coming out of the Russian Federation today, which has actually been quite a great deal as the Ukrainian armed forces were able to land some very significant hits, and not only in some major Russian cities, but also on the largest oil refinery that was operational in the Russian Federation. But before we move on into that, I do want to say really quickly, a huge thanks to everyone for watching so far. We have 17,000 viewers at the peak. We're pretty much still at that peak right now, and we've had 110,000 viewers so far in about the first hour. If you've enjoyed it greatly, please make sure to subscribe, because if you subscribe, you will be able to get this kind of news and analysis pretty much every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We run the stream 6 days a week at 10 p.m. Eastern Time every single night, covering the past 24 hours of major global events happening around the world. So if you subscribe, you will be notified if you hit the bell button of when we go live to be able to hear all of the major news of the day. But moving on from that and on into the Russian Federation, we have had a massive amount of news come out of this area. But before we do, I want to make sure that we get a couple of questions from the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chats of the night, we have our first one, which goes to none other than Mr. Glock, who's there, LSA, who's a channel legend. And thank you very much, good sir, for that very generous $50 support. He said, why have the Russian tank kills dropped way off recently? And perhaps they are saving them for another, thereby on Kyiv through Belarus. Awesome coverage, Rose, and keep up the good work. And LSA.
Hey, and long live the LSA. And that is a great question. But from what we generally understand, the tank losses have gone down because the Russians have reached pretty much the absolute bottom of the barrel of available main battle tanks. We understand that they have less than 1,000 available, and it's somewhere within the rough ballpark of 600 to 700 main battle tanks operational throughout the Russian armed forces, throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation, which means that the amount of them that are present in Ukraine is incredibly low at this point. Instead of seeing maybe 1,000 of them or in excess of 1,000 in Ukraine, there's probably only a several hundred left, which is also why we see that a lot of their offensive actions hardly are able to even put a dent into Ukrainian lines on a daily basis, and they're incredibly slow rolling because they're pretty much infantry advances at this point, primarily supported by artillery, and that's about it. And generally, from what we know in combined arms warfare doctrine, the best sort of an offensive in the modern age is an offensive of the infantry supported by the artillery well behind the lines, and then tanks and direct fire support wherever needed. That's generally what's understood to be one of the best combined arms warfare doctrines that could be conducted by the Russian Federation, or at least by their own doctrine on paper. The issue is that the infantry are missing one key ingredient to their advance right now, and that's the tanks. We hardly see any tanks present on the front line anymore, generally due to the extreme losses that they've taken, which have been in the thousands. Pretty much most of the tanks that they had, even that were pretty much rotting away in the tank graveyards, have been destroyed at this point. And so the infantry are being supported by the artillery, but not by the tanks. So that's generally also why we see that the offensives are slowing down greatly. That's not to say that tanks are non-existent, however. There are tanks in the Russian Federation still, in Kaliningrad, along the Baltic border, and inside of Finland, but generally, they're still also in quite low numbers. Although, I do have to say this, we have actually seen some pretty decent ones coming out of Kaliningrad and the Baltics. We actually have seen some T-80s and some T-90Ms wandering around in Kaliningrad and on the Baltic border. So those actually still do exist, at least in some limited number, but that limited number is all they have. They do not have a massive reserve or supply of tanks that can be pushed back into service. Pretty much all of those have already been destroyed in the years of fighting inside of Ukraine. So I hope that does address that the best I can. Glock, who's there, LSA? Great question. I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to none other than Wubba, who's a longtime channel legend. And thank you very much, Wubba, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. You threw in a 25 and said coffee fund.
And I thank you so much for the support on the coffee fund, Wubba, and helping this channel to keep on running, because that coffee helps us to stay awake every single day and to be able to make sure that we keep covering news like this. So I got to incredibly thank you for the support, Wubba, and I got to thank you for being an old guard and a channel legend as well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling every day. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the final question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news.
All right, and this one's going to go to Brian Justin, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Brian, as well, for that support also. He said, best global news source around. LSA, take one from the chat, please, gentlemen.
And I thank you so much for the support, Brian Justin, and thank you for the kind words. Thank you for saying that we're the best global news source out there. We try our best, and I hope that our analysis on the Chinese was pretty good. I actually have read a lot, especially during the time that I've run this channel, on how the Chinese military works and functions. I actually read the Army's declassified pretty much book on the Chinese and how their doctrines and strategies work, at least in practice from what we know, that was written in 2020. So it's the most updated and most recent version that is, well, actually it was written in 2021. So it's the most recent version of their doctrine that's accessible to the public. And while we do know that they're already going under some significant doctrinal changes, because doctrine is always changing, it's still a pretty decent look at what the Chinese would most likely do. Because the doctrine can't change that much within 4 years, because, like, you know, if y'all know anything about the military or working with people, it takes years to get people well familiarized and well trained to be able to emphasize new tactics, strategies, and doctrines in general, not just in the civilian world, but in the military world as well. So the doctrine is still fairly comparable to what was seen in 2021 that the Army spoke about. But beyond that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A huge thanks to you, though, for enjoying our news coverage, and I hope it's well researched, and I hope that it is incredibly well informed. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. But before we, well, actually, we'll get to that, and then we'll get on into the poll. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so the live chat question in honor of Brian Justin is going to go to Robert Planting, who said, would Russia, if Russia were to lose too soon, would it impact the invasion of Taiwan?
I don't think so. I don't really think that much of anything is going to be impacting the invasion of Taiwan, because while a lot of people do want to look at China and Russia as a part of the Axis powers, which I would agree, most of the time wars are completely fought separately from each other. Nazi Germany and the Empire of Japan had practically no real involvement with each other beyond saying that they did on paper in the Second World War, and it quite literally was two completely separate wars happening in different corners of the globe, much like these would be right now, with really no impact on one or the other. And I would generally believe that while the world is a lot more interconnected these days, and there generally is a greater aptitude or ability for the Chinese and the Russians to be able to support each other, the Chinese still will not be making their decisions on the invasion of Taiwan off of what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. Because the Chinese didn't say, or at least Mao Zedong or Xi Jinping didn't say, we will invade China if something else in Eastern Europe goes well, and that will be like our sign. They didn't say that. They said, we will forcibly reunify the Taiwanese at some point in the future, and Xi Jinping has made it clear that the future is today. So that generally, I think, is going to be more so the dictation on what's happening in that area than what is going to be happening inside of Ukraine, because this is more so an ideological prerogative than it is one of some sort of convenience to the Chinese. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, because we've also seen that generally most other wars are also completely detached from each other. The war between India and Pakistan had nothing to do with the war in Ukraine. While the war in Ukraine and the instability it's bringing to the global stage may have led the two to believe that a armed conflict was okay to conduct, at the same time, though, it had absolutely no relation to Ukraine in any way beyond that. The Thailand-Cambodia war didn't. Everything going on in the Middle East doesn't. And also, China and Taiwan has no impact, as well as North and South Korea. So generally, I think that they're going to be working on their own timetable, pretty much within their own bubble on the diplomatic level against the Taiwanese. So it's really going to have no impact what happens in Ukraine on whether or not the Chinese are going to go to war over Taiwan or not. So with that, I hope that does address that question incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you, Brian Justin, once again, for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And Matthew, is the candy maker in here, like the one that you just responded to?
The candy maker. Who?
Um, the Hackneys and Rhinelanders, isn't that like a candy company? You know, the ones that makes like the drops?
Oh no, that's a different one. That's a no, that's a different company right there.
Dang, man, I thought it was the same one. It sounded similar. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news. But before we move on, we do have a poll on the current situation about whether or not Matthew or I am correct on how the war will go with Taiwan. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. And also, before we get into this poll, by the way, I just want to make this clear. This is not a pissing contest between me and Andrew, by the way. I just simply didn't have enough characters to write out exactly what each one of our arguments were. So just to make that clear right off the bat, it's not trying to tell y'all to pick between the two of us. Just to make that clear. But 62% said I agree with Enforcer Matt's take on Taiwan, and 38% said I agree with the Enforcer's take. Now, on this one, I will say this up front. What I'm predicting is just my educated guess. There's no guarantee that's going to happen because a lot of experts said a lot of things about Ukraine. I'm not even professing to be an expert. I'm just giving an educated guess. And it turns out the experts were wrong on Ukraine. So, of course, sometimes things don't work out even the way it appears it's going to work out, and it goes completely different. So, me personally, I still believe that the mass drone swarms are probably going to be the main thing that happens with Taiwan, which overwhelms them. But that's just my take. So, right now, it looks like, and in fact, I think I'm not even sure if some people even know what the difference between the two of us are, between you, Enforcer, and me. I think some people are confused about which one's even talking right now, to be honest with you. But it looks like there is a slightly more majority on the argument that I was making. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to stick to my guns because it was generally understood that Ukraine wouldn't last that long in an actual conventional war. And 3.5 years later, we're still here covering the news on that. And also, just because someone has superior firepower, it doesn't always mean that they're going to be winning, because the United States had superior firepower against the Houthis. They're still blowing up ships in the southern Red Sea. The United States had superior firepower along with the Israelis against Iran. They're still developing nuclear weapons. The Russians, on paper, had superior firepower against the Ukrainians. 3.5 years later, that war is still going. Pretty much any country on the planet that technically had a superior firepower advantage has ended up either getting in a grueling war or has not ended up achieving their objectives. So I generally have to stick with my guns on this one, that Taiwan would not fall within days or weeks. It would be months or well over a year before an amphibious invasion could even be conducted by the Taiwanese, because of generally how the air defensive structure and the anti-ship missile defense systems of Taiwan function and work in actual doctrinal and strategic practice. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, but I'd still have to largely stick with my guns. But with that, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. And we have a great deal of significant news that has been coming out of the Russian Federation over the course of the day, as we have been able to see that major Ukrainian drone attacks have been conducted throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation. As we were able to see near to the area of Nizhny Novgorod, that a Ukrainian drone was able to hit incredibly close to Kostovo refinery. This refinery is just to the south of Nizhny Novgorod, near to the Volga River, which we can actually see right here. This refinery, in terms of barrels of oil produced, is one of the largest inside of the Russian Federation, and from what we generally understand, there was a hit directly onto it, or a hit to a adjacent facility nearby. But we actually were able to get picture and video evidence of a very significant fire coming from the area of the Kostovo refinery, which is once again showing us that the Ukrainians were able to hit an incredibly solid blow, at least to the Kostovo refinery at the moment. In the meantime, we also got to see the Ukrainian armed forces were also able to hit the main line of the Russian Federation state railways in between Shakhty and Rostov-on-Don again. This time, for some reason, it looked like hell opened wide. I don't know why, but this was the view from a train as this was passing through this area of the main line, and it looks like everything around the area is on fire. From what we are generally seeing these days, it appears that the Ukrainian armed forces are actually conducting a two-pronged drone warfare offensive against the Russian railways main lines heading into the city of Rostov-on-Don from the direction of Shakhty and also from the direction of Salsk. Rostov-on-Don is a significant railhead for the Russian Federation's southern military district, which specializes in the operations in the Ukraine war, and we generally understand that a large amount of supplies either flows directly through Rostov-on-Don or through Krasnodar on its way into the Ukrainian front lines. For this reason, Ukraine's drone strikes against these main lines, while only taking them out for hours or about a day at most each, are still causing some supply disruptions to the major railheads, which could start to eventually accumulate or ripple in the Russian supply chain to the actual frontline fighting forces themselves. So these sorts of attacks, while being limited in their actual impact, may actually have a decent or significant impact in the long term if they keep up these kinds of attacks and damage to the main lines that puts them down for about a couple of hours or a day at a time. Outside of that, we also were able to see that Ukrainian armed forces were able to hit and destroy heavily some sort of a site inside of Sochi in the Russian Federation near to the Georgian border. We're not exactly sure what was hit. We can see that the fire from the ground was illuminating the clouds directly above it, but we cannot really tell exactly what was hit or the kind of damage that was caused inside the city of Sochi. It does appear that, at least for the moment, however, it is a confirmed hit, but we're going to be trying to get additional details and information on what exactly was hit and the kind of damage that was caused, which may take days or maybe even weeks from this point to be able to get. But moving on from that and on into the Volgograd region, we also get to see that a major pipeline exploded as well within this area. Apparently, this had no involvement at all from the Ukrainians, at least from what we understand, but it is a major fuel pipeline within the area, and apparently it did explode in the Volgograd region, which has knocked the pipeline out of operation until repairs can be effected. We don't know when repairs will be effected. It mostly will be over several days, and it will be operational once again, but at least for now, there is pretty much no oil or any kind of fuels traveling through that pipeline after the significant hit that was landed. We also were able to see within the city of Voronezh other major strikes that were conducted by Ukrainian drone forces over the course of the day, which we could see in this clip right here. We hear the drone flying over.
Damn.
That was a pretty significant hit. Moving on from that clip and on into our next one, we also got to see another clip or another angle of the drone impact. And there it is. Not that far away from the camera person, although we really can't tell what was hit again. Geolocation was pretty difficult in this clip, and I actually could not figure out exactly where in the city of Voronezh this was. But we also were able to see a fire brewing up in the distance, which is showing that it hit something flammable, which appears to be burning over the horizon.
Kind of weird that all of a sudden, once there's some trouble with the oil inside of Russia, like for example, there's rumors about India stopping to buy the oil and et cetera, things like that. All of a sudden, Ukraine goes full headfirst into attacking every single oil refinery they can find within the vicinity of their drones.
It actually was a little crazy to see, and it looks like the Ukrainian oil refinery campaigns are back in full, and they are now starting to target and destroy Russian oil refineries throughout the Russian Federation to once again bleed their strategic fuel reserves completely dry, at least in the long term and the short term as well. Meanwhile, we were also able to see within the Kirov region that a new attack helicopter has been created by the Russian Federation, and this appears to be quite a successful invention.
Oh my god. What the hell is that?
From what we generally understand, the guy was injured a little, but he actually is generally fine for some reason. But still, absolutely insane. I've never seen a helicopter literally explode and then fling its pilot like out, like he was ejected from like an ejection seat in a jet. But it does appear that the new attack helicopter concept requires some more planning, possibly some more funding. But we did hear that the Russians gave the guy about 1 million rubles, which is equivalent to about $100 or so, to be able to get this project off the ground, and it appears that the project is being shelved due to financial concerns. Moving on from that, though, and into Moscow, we were able to hear of a fairly concerning statement that was made about the Russian Federation and the possible use of a nuclear weapon. As we were able to hear that analysts speaking to the Telegraph today stated that the probability of a nuclear war started by Putin is much greater than the West could imagine. At least according to these analysts, the Kremlin could strike Ukraine with a nuke to try and force a surrender, and we could see that this could include a demonstration strike on the water, near to the Black Sea apparently, uninhabited objects, or military infrastructure with a gradual increase in scale. This is a very interesting sort of a theory, as it's one that's never really been spoken about in practice before, and generally seems to be trying to parallel some sort of an idea of the French warning shot in nuclear doctrine, at least with what these think tank analysts are saying about the actions that Putin may be taking. It is something to say, however, that the Russian Federation is inching slightly closer, at least on the public perspective, to nuclear warfare, as we were also able to hear that the Russian Federation is considering the deployment of Oreshnik hypersonic missiles to Venezuela. And this is a rumor more so that's going around the Kremlin at the moment, as potential. It may be a potential countermeasure to the planned U.S. deployment of long-range weapons in Germany. But still, it does appear that at least for the moment, this is something that's being rumored inside the Russian Federation as a possible action that could be taken here within the near future, as it does seem as though the Russian Federation is trying to once again escalate the situation directly against the United States of America. But while we're waiting for the question about Russia's possible usage of nuclear weapons, we will be moving on into another clip that we have also seen from inside of the Russian Federation, near to the area of the Russian Belgorod, well, actually the Russian-Belarusian border inside the Bryansk Oblast, as we were able to see that the Ukrainians targeted and destroyed a bridge within this area today that apparently was stated to be used by the Russian armed forces near to the border region. We also were able to see the clip directly of the bridge also being targeted right here. And you see them showing the bridge, and also the bridge directly getting hit, and the bridge also collapsing within that first impact. And we can also see one of the Ukrainian drones flying around the bridge when it was intact before the strike. You can also see it continuing to surveil and conduct reconnaissance on the bridge. This bridge is several miles into the Russian Federation away from the Ukrainian border, and we can actually see the Russian Federation, for some reason, has laid nets along the length of the bridge, pretty much stopping any drones from being able to fly incredibly deep. But it actually appears that this drone was somehow able to find a hole in the netting and was able to make it inside and take a better look at the bridge itself before the hit. We see them here showing. This is actually a little new. So it appears that it wasn't an airstrike. It appears that some sort of a Ukrainian team went into Bryansk, literally took hundreds of TM-60, well, dozens of TM-62 anti-tank mines, strapped them to one of the columns of the bridge, and then this drone flew into it, blew up one of them, which caused a chain reaction, which destroyed the pillar completely and brought the bridge down. That is actually a little bit crazy, because I'll actually show y'all where this bridge is exactly. It's right there. So let me go onto the map on Google Maps and show y'all that. This is the bridge exactly. That's the one right there. And I can actually show y'all that on Street View as well. So here it is. That is the bridge right here. And this is the one that was hit. So apparently the Ukrainians were actually able to make it to this bridge, which is 5 miles from the Ukrainian border, without it being known as an official ground incursion, planted the landmines, and then flew a drone into it to be able to detonate them. That is actually pretty impressive for the large part, and very neat to see. I actually did not know that. But beyond that, we do have a question that we've asked all of y'all about the possible use by the Russian Federation of nuclear weapons within the state of Ukraine. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so a lot more analysts are now warning that the probability of Putin nuking Ukraine is greater than we can imagine. And what are your thoughts about that? So it looks like about 45% said I agree, the risk is very high, while 35% said I disagree, the risk is still low, and 13% said I need more information first. And this has been something that has been brought up throughout the entire war between Ukraine and Russia the entire time they've been fighting. And a lot of people have always said that it's just a bunch of propaganda, that Putin would never nuke Ukraine. And some people have been very adamant the entire time that it's always like on the verge of Putin nuking Ukraine at any second. So I would say, given the fact that the U.S. is escalating with Russia and Russia is making these nuclear threats toward the West, the main scenario where Putin might actually realistically use a nuke would be in Ukraine to basically send a message to the West that he is willing to nuke somebody, but he's not willing to go as far as to nuke the West, which would obviously invoke an entire nuclear exchange, which would lead to the nuclear holocaust. So we don't want that. Nobody wants that. Not even Putin does. So he's going to try to avoid that. But the one that he can do, like I mentioned, is actually nuke Ukraine. He could nuke a city, he could do something crazy like that, and that would send a pretty chilling message to everybody else that Putin is serious about that. Now, in my opinion, I would say that the risk is not greater than we can imagine. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, in my opinion. I would say the risk is rising, but it's not very high right now, but it's simply rising. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would also believe that the risk is not incredibly high. I would believe that the risk is still on the lower side because the use of a nuclear weapon of any type, whether it be tactical or strategic, is a major escalation and generally will be something that is not met well by really anyone in the world because it's showing that the Russian Federation would be going rogue at that point. So while a nuclear weapon could be used in Ukraine, that actually might end up being a catalyst for a major conventional war to begin at that point, because the Russian Federation would largely be a rogue nuclear armed state at that point and using nuclear weapons in a sense for terrorist purposes. So I would generally say that the chances of it still being used are somewhat lower, and I would generally have to disagree with this think tank because they also said, and this made no sense to me, that if a nuclear weapon was used, it was going to be fired into the sea, into an unpopulated area, or something along those lines. And that's a little bit wild because if you're going to use a nuclear weapon, generally the idea is that it would have to have an impact because it's already a major action as it is. If it wipes out a army corps, then that's great. It's really going to have the same effect whether it hit nothing or something. And so for that reason, I would believe that if they used a tactical nuclear weapon, which I still think the chances are a little slim, that they would most likely use it on a larger Ukrainian city, like a city like Kramatorsk or Slavyansk, or somewhere along the front lines, in a tactical sense, to be able to wipe out a significant Ukrainian supply crossroads or logistics hub where forces base and operate out of for the greater deal. So I would say that that generally would be the idea that I would run with, but even still, the chances of that happening, in my opinion, are still on the lower side. Not incredibly low, though. It's most likely like a 15 to 20% chance, but still on the lower side, not an overwhelming majority chance. But moving on from
Yeah,
that,
you gotta admit though that every time the U.S. moves closer and closer to telling Russia that you're gonna have to stop, like for example, when the deadline starts arriving, I think we're currently like 6 or 7 days out from that U.S. imposed deadline to end the Ukraine war, and obviously Putin's not going to end it. I think it's pretty obvious at this point he's not going to end it. We're sending the nuclear subs, at least publicly stating the nuclear subs are heading toward Russia. It does back Russia into a corner. I haven't heard any response from Vladimir Putin or anybody in the Kremlin yet about the nuclear subs heading to their coast. Nobody's really said anything about that, which is kind of a little bit interesting. I guess maybe they're waiting for Monday to respond to it when they're back in the office, maybe. That's my only explanation I can come up with. But surely the Russians aren't going to ignore that. Like you would think that they were going to respond to it. And you wonder, are they going to respond to it, by doing something crazy? By like obviously maybe putting a nuke inside of Ukraine or what?
I would have to say, I mean, there's a chance, but at the same time, though, the Russians have threatened nuclear war over everything for the past 3.5 years, and it was always kind of believed that they were being pushed into a corner with all the decisions we were making back then. We send Ukraine Patriots, they're going to nuke, someone over that, no one got nuked. If you send them F-16s, it's going to be a major war, we're going to nuke you. We send them F-16s, they don't do anything. You hit us with sanctions, that's paramount to an outright war, we're going to turn it into one. We hit them with sanctions, doesn't turn into a war. It doesn't even turn into a nuclear one. And so they've been doing this for years. And I think, to be entirely honest, I don't think this is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back in this instance either. I think that the Russian Federation has a very low likelihood of using a nuclear weapon, because if a nuclear weapon is used, the gloves are off for everyone, for the large part. The U.S. would be going into a war, at that point, NATO would be going into the war, thinking the Russians are most likely going to be using nuclear weapons off the bat. And the Russians probably don't want to be in a situation to where U.S. B-61 gravity bombs could be used against their armed forces in Kaliningrad pretty much outright, or in the Baltics for that matter, or really throughout the entirety of the NATO front line that they have currently, because that would be a pretty dangerous situation to be in. At least, especially for the Russians on a tactical sense, not in the strategic nuclear sense. But with that, I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion, because I still think that the chances of that are somewhat lower, not incredibly high. Because I do know, folks, that that there's been a lot of new nuclear developments that have happened just yesterday. But at the same time, though, we do have to remember that Russia is still Russia, and Russia's been running their mouths like this for 3.5 years. This is the first time that we've ever taken the threat seriously and responded to it. Because if y'all remember, just to give you all a little bit more of a clearer time frame, during the prior administration, the Russians were threatening us with nuclear war every day. We just ignored them, and generally never gave a response, which generally looked like weakness. But we still wouldn't respond, and we wouldn't do anything about it. We would just let them threaten us, and there would be no response. We just keep doing what we're doing, and they never do anything. Now this time there's a response. I honestly feel like the response might actually make them a little bit more concerned to react, because we're making it even more clear at this point that there isn't going to be a complete lack of response. We will nuke them if they do anything insane or crazy. Even inside of Ukraine, that may still be a possibility. So maybe, possibly, our actions and deterrence may actually be lowering their aptitude to be able to conduct an action like that.
Maybe so. It just seems very unlikely to me that Putin's simply going to walk away from this whole situation and say, "Oh, we'll just overlook it. We're not going to do anything about this. You can send nuclear subs to the Russian coast if you want. You can threaten us with secondary sanctions." That would go contrary to pretty much Putin's entire personality type, and I would be very shocked to see that. Now, there are times when people get backed into corners like this, and they become cowards all of a sudden. These loudmouth individuals like Putin, they get backed into a corner, and then they realize, "Oh, well, I've gone too far. Let me back down now a little bit just to save my own skin." He could think that, but I'm still on the fence about that a little bit. Putin has to respond somehow. Like, how do you think Putin is going to respond in this scenario? Is he just going to try to ignore it or what?
I would say you probably have to either ignore it or try and back down. That's what I would think, because escalating beyond this point isn't going to make it any better for them. Because we made it clear, these nuclear bombs are parked off of your coast. So that way, if you act a little crazy, you won't be living tomorrow. And so Putin's response would largely be, at this point, for his own survival. Because if he went at this point, okay, now that they're saying that they're going to kill me tomorrow in America, let me just go ahead and launch this nuke at Ukraine and see what's going to happen. He might be dead by tomorrow. And unlike Russia's nukes, where there's a question of whether the missile works or the warhead works, every nuke in America works. And every one on the submarines is certainly working. So with the Russians, I think that's generally going to be something where they're like, we might not want to push this too much farther, because they're making it a little bit clear in America that they're going to nuke us all and pretty much wipe us out if we keep doing these sorts of silly and stupid actions, or even these statements for that matter.
I guess we'll have to see, but I'm extremely anxious in like a curiosity way to like see how this is going to turn out. I don't think the sanctions themselves, because I have a very strong feeling that the U.S. president is going to follow through with the sanctions in 6 to 7 days. I'm almost 90% certain he's going to follow through with it. He really can't back out at this point. The U.S. president can't. He's backed himself into a corner, and also Putin's backed him into a corner. So he has to follow through with the threat against Russia and put the secondary sanctions on them. I don't see him backing out of that. He could, but I doubt it. So I don't think the sanctions are going to do it, but the nuclear sub thing, that would be the one thing that I think would make Putin think twice about, hey, I got to respond to that or otherwise I look weak. But I guess we'll have to see. We got a 7 or 6 day deadline here, so it's right around the corner.
But another thing, though, I was just thinking about this. This might be a little bit of a difference in the analysis. North Korea got a nuclear weapon, and then they got sanctioned into oblivion. Pretty much everything that North Korea could do in the world and trade was sanctioned by everyone. And they didn't nuke anyone when that happened. They just sat there and did nothing. So if Putin is able to maintain power, like the Kim dynasty did during that time under Kim Jong-il, and he's able to maintain power in Russia even if the Russian economy implodes, I don't really think he'll be doing much of anything that's extremely rash, because as far as he's concerned, he's still in power, he's still living the life of luxury, and while the citizens are suffering, he's not, and he's also still in power. So that would generally be his main primary concern.
But I think you're going to get to it later on. I don't want to spoil it all the way, but Putin is getting very, very much cracking down on the Russian public right now because he's worried about anti-war sentiments, and it's apparently becoming such a problem that he's really cracking down on the little freedoms that Russians had in the public. Civilians are getting cracked down on even worse than they already were, because I think the Russians know, and also specifically the Putin regime knows, that the backlash is going to start rising the more the situation escalates, because the Russian people, despite all the propaganda propaganda, they do hear what the U.S. president is saying. They hear the escalations with the nuclear submarines. They hear all these threats being lobbed right back at the Russian Federation. So it's obviously going to start worrying the Russian public a bit. And also, they can't deny the fact that they're not making any progress inside of Ukraine still, and the Russian economy is going down the toilet. So I think the fact that Putin is raising the stakes and also raising the restrictions on the Russian public indicates that Putin knows he might be in some political trouble very soon, and that he's going to have to do something to change that status quo, or otherwise he could find himself being threatened internally.
Possibly, it's possible. But those kind of crackdowns were conducted in North Korea multiple times during the March of Suffering, which was when they weren't a nuclear power. And then since then, there's also been crackdowns like that as well, especially during the pandemic of the early 2020s. There were significant crackdowns because of the humanitarian situation that rapidly devolved in the country. And it doesn't appear that it ever really threatened Kim Jong-un's power to the point that he went to using nuclear weaponry. So even in that particular instance, as long as the crackdowns cut down on public dissent and stop any sort of an uprising or anything along those lines, I don't think that there would be a danger, at least to Putin, that would be so grave or serious that he would have to start taking drastic action such as nuclear force of arms.
I guess we'll have to see. There's a lot of people out there. Excuse me, by the way. There's a lot of people out there who have always been saying, "Oh, Putin's about to do it. He's about to do it today. The nuclear bombers are flying. The codes are being transmitted, and things like that." The crazy clickbait out there about the nukes. I would have to see it to believe it. Like, I know that I'm saying it seems more likely, and the risk is rising, but to actually see that being done in reality, that's going to be a hell of a shock if Putin ever does that one day. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see for sure. Also, I saw someone, Rodney, say, "What is insane is the people of every country don't want war or nukes. It's like 40 people who control our fate, and they're all corrupt." Not really. Because here's the thing, Rodney. Like, I've got to be honest with you here. A lot of people don't know what's like, and I don't mean this in a very like uppity or like arrogant way, but a lot of people really don't know what's good for them and what's necessary in the world. And that's something that is a little unfortunate because a lot of people sit there and think that the world's like kumbaya land, can we all just get along? And it's not. Being in the news for 3.5 years, I can tell you a lot of these wars have some sort of a purpose or a reason to them. Does it make sense to you? Probably not. You're an American. But does it make sense to an Indian to dislike the Pakistanis? At least from their perspective, for a lot of Indians, it does. For the Pakistanis to dislike the Indians in the same turnaround, it absolutely does. For Iran to dislike the Israelis and for the Israelis to view Iran as an enemy, it has plenty of sense behind it. A lot of wars out there have some sort of sense or some sort of underlying logic to them, or some sort of an underlying principle to them that actually has some sort of a point or purpose, at least for the country that's involved. For the United States of America, one thing that's really tough is that America's wars, at least in their concept, at least in the past 80 years, are getting a lot more abstract because we have entered the realm of being a global superpower. The kind of abstract wars we fight are the very same kind of wars that the British fought when they were pretty much the recognized world superpower or great power of their age. They would fight wars in every single far-flung corner of the world to try and maintain their sphere of influence and to maintain the kind of prowess and power that the British nation had and that the British people prospered for and over. And that's something similar with the United States of America. People make fun of the idea that we fight for oil in the Middle East, and I can tell you that the answer is true. We do fight for oil, but it's also something that's coming from people who do not understand why oil is important. A lot of people don't really get those sorts of abstract strategic sorts of prerogatives or ambitions of a country because if the oil is expensive around the world, because oil is a set price globally, then that means that the government is having to raise the default rate at which gasoline is sold to gas stations. That means that the price of gas goes up. And then you have people here in this country who complain and go, "Oh my God, the gas is expensive and I'm not really able to pay my bills and oh boo-hoo, I'm about to be poor and I have 3 kids and they're all going to starve to death and die because I can't afford the gas to get to work." And so then the leader of the country has to go, "Dang, this could start to affect a lot of people in this country, and this could also make a lot of people very unhappy, and this could also cost my party the election. So we've got to go over to the Middle East, and we've got to reopen the oil field, so that way the global price of oil will drop, so that way their gas here in the United States is a little bit cheaper, and it will make people a little bit happier." And a lot of people don't look at it like that. They go, "Why in the world do we need a war?" And they don't even understand their wants and ambitions at the very basic level are the real reason as to why wars happen. It's a very detached sort of a step from the individual themselves just wanting cheaper gas or cheaper groceries or something along those lines. But in some instances, a lot of that is actually tied to our foreign policy position and the actual carrying out of war itself, which is what a lot of people don't know. Like another one, this is one that I always find funny. Back in the early 1900s, bananas were all the craze in this country. They weren't the flavorless kind of Cavendish bananas that y'all have today. Those things don't really taste that great. It was the Gros Michel variety, which are actually what the banana candy are flavored over. People in America love these bananas. It was a huge industry at the time. It still is, to a point. Not as big as it once was, but it was big. And the US government knew that people wanted cheap bananas. And so when the price of bananas started to get afflicted because some Central American countries south of Mexico, like all of these, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, or Panama, started to have some issues that would start to affect the trade of bananas into the United States and would start to affect the prices. People in America would get unhappy. What the hell? I can't have a delicious banana for 3 cents. Now they're 5 cents. I'm angry. And so then presidents of the United States at that time went, okay, we're going to go down into Latin America and we are going to go and pretty much completely throw governments out to make sure that the bananas keep flowing. And we would do that. We did that literally from the 1920s up until about the late 1950s. And then the whole blight came for the Gros Michel bananas, and then the Cavendish had to replace them, and then the banana market kind of fell after that, and it wasn't that important. But that is a big thing. That happened. And it was generally because people in America wanted bananas. The government's trying to figure out a way to get you bananas, and the only way to get them was to go down and make sure that the bananas kept flowing. Kind of like how oil keeps flowing or other things. It's nasty business and it's nasty work, but it's how the country survives, and it's how generally a lot of people have the kind of daily lives that they have, even just on the material side of things, of having cheap groceries, cheap gas, cheap kinds of products in general. It's actually a large part of it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does.
They can't do that with healthcare.
Yeah, that one's a little bit tougher. Like, that's a little bit tougher to solve.
Can they go like procure some of that free healthcare from somewhere? Like, can they go over to Europe and procure some free healthcare and bring it back or something? Also, I'm not being political with that, by the way. It's just a joke.
Man, honestly, the healthcare one's tough. Like, that actually is like almost an entirely domestic issue. You have to get a lot of staff. You have to be able to get a load of doctors. You have to get a load of nurses, a load of staff, a load of cheaper medical equipment. Then you also have to change the whole way that the insurance structure works, which is a thing unto itself. You would have to change all that's like a domestic thing. But most other things, like material things, like oil, timber for construction, any types of exotic food items like a banana, generally you have to go over around the world and go to war with people to get that kind of stuff, believe it or not. Like, a lot of people wouldn't believe that. A lot of people say, no, can't we get along? Well, what if they don't like Americans down in Nicaragua, say, for an example? That was actually the case back in the day. And they don't really like the idea of trading with the United States. And they also want to start paying workers fair wages. And they also want to start giving them decent working hours. So instead of working 16 hours a day, they work 12. What if they start doing those sorts of things? And because of that, the supply of bananas is affected. There's less bananas making it to the market. And for that reason, they become more expensive. What are we supposed to do? Because people are going to start saying, I can't afford a paycheck to paycheck lifestyle and afford these more expensive bananas. I want to have them. And then the U.S. government's got to go, well, what do we do? And then that's when they go and do the dirty business to keep the bananas cheap. Is it really a great thing? Not really, but it's an evil. It's a necessary evil of a sort. And a lot of people won't ever get that until it kicks them in the ass, because everyone always says we don't have to do that, and then if we didn't do it, then everything starts going to crap, and then people go, wait a minute, what's going on? Why is it going to crap? And they don't know why. But the continued insistence on not going around the world and pretty much doing whatever to ensure quality of life, it starts to have an impact. But anyways. Moving on from that, and on into the war in Ukraine itself, we were able to see some pretty interesting stuff in the location unknowns today. First off, we were able to see this absolutely pimped out BTR-4E. It's so pimped out, I don't even know if it is a BTR-4 anymore. It's hardly recognizable as one. But it is absolutely goated. Feel free to screenshot, and it's kind of bussin'. Moving on from that, we also got to see this Leopard 2 as well, outfitted with Ukrainian modifications, including the chains, and also the Contact 1 ERA armor. They also took this picture of the snoot of the gun, and they also took a picture of the crew as well. And we
man, they're throwing up gang signs or something, man. They were throwing up, that wasn't even like the peace sign or something. They were throwing up threes. I'll tell you what, look at that. That's from Krivy Ree.
We're from Krivy Ree. We'll beat your ass. But Beyond that, we have been able to also see this picture as well, which makes it look like the Ukrainian military is a family company.
Yeah, really, this is a corporate photo here. Join their team. I tell you what, they synergize with the missiles.
Join the team. We're like a family. But moving on from that, we also got to see the Russian casualty report and take a look at that. Whew, man, that was a rough day for the
Oh,
Russians. But according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, troops are now over 1,000, but the average is slightly below. No tanks and armored personnel carriers are incredibly low, but artillery vehicles are close to the averages. And over the past 24 hours, we were able to confirm that 1,010 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 1 APC, 130 supply trucks, 38 main battle tanks, 139 drones, and 1 MLRS system. It generally was a very good day in the infantry losses, but in other losses, the numbers were wildly low, pretty much bone dry. Outside of that, we also were able to see some Russian forces getting targeted and hit by the 3rd Assault Brigade inside of the Kharkiv front. And we can see them here bringing them on in and getting them.
also, by the way, I got to say it again. Huge shout to LC39A for literally throwing in another support tonight. He's done that for, I think he's on a streak of like 6 or 7 days of doing that. Just want to give a big shout out to him real quick.
Man, I gotta tell you, absolutely impressive stuff. A big thanks to LC39A, by the way. You're a legend and are helping this channel to keep running significantly. And also, I saw some people saying a lot of stuff. Let's see. Saw someone say, I hear the enforcer overusing specific terms. Man, it's what happens, man. Like we run shows 3.5 hours a day, every day for 6 days a week. Coming up with new ways to say something for every single day, considering that we've been on air for almost 1,300 days, is next to impossible. So a lot of what you're going to hear, it's repeated phrases because I'm not Charles Dickens. I'm not writing a Christmas Carol here. We're literally running a 3.5 hour show every night. So a lot of words do get repeated. But moving on from that and down into the Seversk area, we also got to see Russian forces getting hit by the 54th Mechanized Brigade, which is continuing to hold the front around the Seversk area.
Also, by the way, I don't know what the hell's been up with tonight, but we've already had 150,000 people here by almost the 2 hour mark. That's insane. Like, I just looked up and realized that we've had a crazy amount of people here tonight.
Man, honestly, man, like the number of people who've been here tonight, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. It feels like that episode of SpongeBob where the nematodes swarmed the Krusty Krab, like the sheer number of them. Like that's what it feels like tonight. It's like such a insanely large number of viewers that have been here tonight. And I also got to thank y'all for still being here. There's 14.2 thousand of y'all here live right now. So I got to say a huge thanks to all of y'all for being here at the moment and watching. And if y'all are enjoying, please make sure to subscribe. We'd love to have y'all here. But moving on towards the Konstantinivka front, we also got to see a Russian SPG, a 2S1 Gzivka getting hit. These idiots had their headlights on. That's probably what gave them away.
Big doofuses.
Man, look at them, so goofy. They're about to pay the goofy tax. And look at that, there they go. There goes the SPG.
This is a barren road right here, too. This is like a hellscape.
Man, impressive stuff, though. Nice to see they were able to take out that SPG. Meanwhile, near to Toretsk, we also got to see the Ukrainian police showing parts of their efforts and work in the Toretsk direction. A part of the greater Konstantinivka battlefield at this point. Look at him, clearing out the pipes. Matthew, if the Ukrainians start pumping water into like a drainage pipe to pretty much drown the Russians out, is that pretty much wetting the pipes?
Man, I'll tell you what, that sounds bad.
Like wetting the whistle, maybe?
Maybe wetting the whistle, that could be a little sip to keep you from getting parched or something, you know?
Yeah, a little sip. But it does appear
I think Kadyrov had a little run-in with something like that a little while ago. He solved it by getting on the treadmill for once, and it didn't really help him because I don't think overhydrating and jumping on a treadmill is the best thing.
I'm like practically dying, Don. It's not good, Don. But man, they are toasting these Russians.
Did we ever show that video of him on the treadmill yesterday? The Don.
I don't think we did, but if you repost it on Twitter, I will make sure to show it for all the folks here because it was actually pretty funny. Meanwhile, we also got to see the 4th Operational Battalion of the Rubesh of the 4th Operational Brigade also taking some Russian prisoners. We're going to be muting that, but here's the clip. We see them waiting for him to come on in.
Someone said we need non-biased sources if you want the truth. What's non-biased in your opinion, sir? Because there's so many people out there that say we're biased, but yet those people, they're actually Russian bots that say that, and they want to hear the Russian propaganda instead. I'm sorry, but we don't serve that here.
Well, actually, it's more so a lot of people who say that they're either like very hard-leaning Republicans or Democrats that want the quote-unquote truth, but it's just heavily indoctrinated in their political philosophy or beliefs. And it's not even the truth, it's just more so a fantasy from one side or the other to the extreme. That's also where a lot of the quote-unquote non-biased sources come from. Like, folks, if I ever hear someone come in here and say you need to get let me see, like Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson as an unbiased source, like I just, like, that's not even a real unbiased, that's the most biased sources you could get, like, from either side at that point. It's like that is not even news, that's just whatever the hell isms. I mean, hell, we went deep into the whole Tucker Carlson went to Russia thing a long time ago when he interviewed Putin, and a lot of what he did you could easily attribute to some sort of misinformation of a sort. Like, for example, saying that Russian groceries are 3 times cheaper, while also not mentioning that the average Russian makes 5 times less than an American. So making you sit there and think a Russian makes as much as an American and they're spending 3 times less on groceries. Like, those sorts of things. That's not unbiased. Well, like, or for example, I think it is Nick Fuentes who goes around saying stuff like Hamas and the Houthis are justified in what they do, which they're clearly not. It's like
I guess a
those.
lunatic, man.
Yeah, those sorts of people are not unbiased sources. Like, unbiased sources are government reports and picture and video evidence, which is all we use here on the show, or statements from analysts and government officials. That's all we use on the show. This literally as non-biased as you can get. If there was any other way to be more non-biased than what we do, let me know, and actually give me a verifiable thing we can do, because just coming in saying you need better sources, it doesn't help. I mean, we're literally watching video and picture evidence like these 2 Russians surrendering. There's no other unbiased source you can get rather than literal footage of something that happened. And we can actually see one of these Russian soldiers right here.
Also, by the way, side note real quick, this isn't breaking news that we typically cover, but just a side note, as I'm sure a lot of people are about to mention this in the chat. New York City just experienced a 3.6 magnitude earthquake, somewhat rare actually. It's literally, looks like the epicenter is in the greater New York area in New Jersey, apparently right there next to the city. So that's kind of crazy. So it looks like it's right next to Long Island.
Huh. That's pretty interesting. That's a little one though. A 3.6 is like hardly noticeable, I think.
Yeah, I actually experienced a 3.6 when we lived in central Alabama about 5 or 6 years ago. The epicenter was way off in Tennessee, so it was pretty far away. But I could literally feel like the small vibrations, like at night, like just sitting in a chair. You could feel it really slightly, but it was barely anything. But it was so far away, though. That's probably why it was so light.
Man, honestly, man, earthquakes are not that big of a deal, y'all. Like a 9.0, just walk it off, like, come on. But we see this prisoner continuing to recount his tale of surrendering. And that's the end of the clip, but very nice to see in general. Moving on from that, we also get to see the Ukrainians dropping bombs on the Russian positions of the ones that weren't surrendering, including this TM-62 anti-tank mine bomb right there. There it goes. Have y'all ever seen a house deleted? There it goes. And here's a smaller bomblet also being dropped.
Could y'all imagine having dealing with an earthquake while you're in a high rise? Like that's one of my like worst fears. Like being in a high rise, like one of those like 100-story like skyscrapers in New York or something, and all of a sudden you feel the building start swaying and shaking from an earthquake. That is horrifying. I know they have like central counterweights in the buildings and things like that. Like they have modern construction where it's safe in the building, but I just wouldn't even want to be in the thing because I don't know like how good that's going to hold up. To be honest, I don't even want to test it because even if it works properly, that's almost traumatizing. You're in that thing getting tossed back and forth. I mean, I've seen footage of it happening in Japan, and it is crazy.
That is something that would terrify me, honestly. Being that high above the ground with the ground shaking that hard, that would be terrifying, really. But we can also see here in the Pokrovsk direction some Ukrainian drones conducting anti-drone warfare. which has actually been something that the Ukrainians have been big into developing. And the United States has some uprising companies like Anduril that are also working incredibly hard to bring this to the U.S. military.
I wish Anduril was public. We're giving them some great free advertising every time we mention their name like that.
You know, that is actually a company, folks. I would, no joke, go overseas to help support, because it's an upstart American arms company that is doing great work in national defense. And that would be one of the few times, Matthew, honestly, if anyone ever reached out to us and was like, "Hey, would you like to represent Anduril at some sort of an arms expo?" I'd be like, "Yep, I would." Like that's an actual
Me
company
too.
I would do that for. But moving on from that and into the Zaporizhzhia area, we were able to hear that the Ukrainians did retake the initiative near to the area of Kamyansky, and were able to take Plavny today, and are starting to push the Russians back a little bit farther. The Russians have been conducting a limited offensive in the Kamyansky area. The village of Kamyansky was actually directly along the Dnipro Reservoir, which you can see right here, but since then it's dried out around 2023, with the Dnipro River taking more so its natural historic course since then. Nevertheless, the Russian Federation has conducted an offensive out of the city of Kamyansky towards Stepnohirsk, with the Ukrainians solidifying their defensive position at Stepnohirsk and conducting a counteroffensive into Plavny today, once again forcing the Russians back into Kamyansky. If the Ukrainians are able to continue on this offensive, they may be able to push the Russians out of Kamyansky, largely forcing them to focalize their forces around Vasilivka, with their extremities being in Verkhnia Krenstia, Luhove, and Zherobyanka and Hrzove, or generally a defensive perimeter around those areas, with them trying to reorganize and conduct offensives once again back into Kamyansky. Outside of that, we also were able to see further on down in the Kherson area that the Russians did conduct a significant airstrike today against a bridge in Kherson City. This is the bridge in question right here, and from what we can tell, this is this bridge right here. And it appears that it was hit directly on by a Russian ordnance, and while the explosion was massive, it doesn't appear to have completely knocked out the bridge. It appears that the bridge did take heavy damage, but it's still standing for the moment. We're not sure if the Russians are going to return and conduct another airstrike on this bridge and try and knock it out completely. And we also have this clip right here. There were a lot of Russian recon drones in the air watching this airstrike.
Why does that look like the River Thames a little bit, like in London for some reason?
Yeah, it kind of does. I think it's because it's a really crowded waterfront, because if you look around here, I mean, it's insanely crowded through that area.
Yeah, it kind of looks just like it. But when I looked at it for the first time, I was like, London? I was like, huh, that's kind of weird. Looks just like it.
Man, it's London, England.
London is my city. Or no, England is my city.
Man, England is my city and America is my home. But well, actually, that didn't sound stupid. That actually sounded patriotic. But anyways,
It's hard to say it wrong, actually. I said England is my city, which is London is my city, or whatever I said. I said it right the first time, then I got it wrong the second time. I had to intentionally think to get it wrong.
I don't even know how that guy did that, man, honestly, in that music video, saying England is my city. Like that is the toughest thing to mess up. But beyond that, we can see the damage to the bridge. It is incredibly significant, but the bridge is still standing and technically functional, at least for now. Moving on from that, though, and out of Kherson, it's time for us to move on into Odessa, where we were able to see an escort of a Shahed 136 drone being conducted by a Yak-52. We could also hear the Mission Passed plus Respect music being played from GTA San Andreas, but we'll have to mute that for copyright reasons. We can still see the Yak-52, though, waiting for an opportune moment to be able to shoot down the Shahed.
As you can see, the Baron is pulling up port side to take down this air pirate.
Man, that sounded like some real Call of Duty stuff right there, honestly. We've got the pirate pulling up port side to take down this damn air pirate. Man,
those people that say, I was just driving down the road when that road pirate pulled me over and tried to take my booty.
Bro, honestly, man, that might not be that far from the truth, at least from some instances that I've heard of recently. Dude, did you hear about that police officer? Really quick side note, folks. Did you hear about that police officer, man, that actually I think got arrested because he arrested a woman and like it was all caught on like his police body cam a little bit and also his car cam, but he was driving her to the jail. It's a real thing that happened. I forgot what state, but the woman was like, "Oh, come on, you don't have to bring me to jail." And he was like, "Oh yeah, I do," and she's like, "I'd do anything to not go to jail." And he literally said,
Oh,
"Anything?" And then
no.
he turned off the body cam, and then the next thing you know, he had to radio for a police officer to come and open up the back doors of the car because he accidentally locked himself in the back with a
Hmm.
woman. I mean, it was. And also, by the way,
Yeah.
folks, if y'all don't know, that's actually a felony because that person's in custody. So there's a general power dynamic that's understood where that person pretty much has control over them. So that's actually a felony, by the way, if y'all don't know, for that sort of a thing to happen. So pretty wild. But I actually did see that happened like apparently a week or two ago. And I was like, man, honestly, like what you just said right there, the road pilot or the road pirate pulling you over and getting some booty. I mean, that might not be far
No,
off
no, I didn't say
anymore.
getting. No, man, I didn't say. I didn't say anything about getting some booty. I said he like they looted the booty or something like that. You know, like the pirate thing. I didn't mean it like the
Bruh,
other way.
I mean, they might be looting some real booty. Like, you never
Man, I
know.
tell
I
you
mean,
what, damn, those road pirates are getting a little bit no diddy.
man, they say, "Yar, we're coming for your booty." You mean my money? No. Oh God, like oh God, bro, hit a quagmire. But anyways, moving on from that, we're now going to be heading on up into Kyiv. Whole side story aside and everything, we're going to be moving on to Kyiv, and we're going to be getting the address from the president of Ukraine here on day 1,256 of the war. He looks exhausted. Look at him. He's tired, but nevertheless,
Oh,
he's still talking. Without further ado, here's the speech. Peach!
reach.
Шановні українці, українки, коротко про цей день. Вранці вийшли укази про нашу державну вдячність людям, які роблять і робили все, щоб захистити Україну, наших людей, нормальне життя. Журналістку Вікторію Рощину відзначив орденом свободи, на жаль, посмертно. Вона була для багатьох уособленням свободи, і дуже важливо, що зараз її пам'ятають всі, пам'ятають українські журналісти, багато небайдужих людей. Вічна пам'ять. Відзначив також званням Герою України наших воїнів, підполковників Романа Онопрійчу та Миколу Шевчука. Це хлопці з Служби безпеки України та Національної гвардії України. Також полковника Олега Мироненко, теж нацгвардійця. І ще 3 воїнів Збройних сил України і дуже міцних хлопців я відзначив хрестами бойових заслуг. Це воїни 5-ї окремої важкої механізованої бригади, солдати Євген Нетесаний та Олександр Курце і сержант Володимир Гузенко. Хлопці проявили себе надзвичайно хоробро, надзвичайно стійко в боях на Донеччині, Покровському районі, на позиціях в Андріївці. Пишаємось такими нашими воїнами. Була зустріч з нашим українським чемпіоном, справжньою легендою України Олександром Усиком. Я подякував йому за перемоги, заради України і українців, за нашу мотивацію, за український характер, який демонструє себе світові. Ми домовились з Олександром, що він також допоможе Україні на міжнародному треку у відносинах з Сполученими Штатами Америки. Україну мають чути на всіх рівнях. Українську силу точно чують. Ми обговорили також розвиток спортивної інфраструктури, підтримку спортивної активності молодих українців. Все будемо реалізовувати. Сьогодні ж я зустрівся з очільниками НАБУ та САП, Семеном Кривоносом, Олександром Клименком. Антикорупційні органи викрили на хабарі одного з депутатів Верховної Ради України, також очільників районної та міської адміністрації, військовослужбовців Національної гвардії України. На жаль, це були махінації на закупівлях РЕП та FPV абсолютно аморальні. Має бути повна та справедлива відповідальність за це. Я подякував очільникам антикорупційних органів за цю роботу, за такі викриття. Я хочу подякувати за командну роботу. Є всі можливості у НАБУ і САП, щоб працювати ефективно. Ми розраховуємо на справедливі вироки. Доповідав сьогодні також міністр внутрішніх справ України Ігор Клименко. Вже в Нацгвардії триває службове розслідування. Я очікую на серйозні результати по всіх підрозділах логістики в Нацгвардії, тільки бойові. тільки бойові офіцери займатимуть керівні посади. Доручив міністру представити публічно всі деталі нововведень. Також була сьогодні доповідь голови Служби безпеки України Василя Малюка. Я хочу подякувати за наші спеціальні далекобійні операції на території Росії. Це дуже відчувається, і кожна з них відчутна для ворога. І наші операції будуть продовжуватись. Росія затягує війну, отже, буде отримувати справедливі відповіді. Були на тижні і відповідні реалізації Служби безпеки України проти тих, хто послаблює наш захист, викритий достатньо серйозний російський агент у повітряних силах, і також екс-посадовець Міністерства оборони України, який намагався заробляти на закупівлях продуктів для нашої армії. Всі наші органи правопорядку та кожен, хто на своїй посаді, повинен захищати нашу державу та наших людей. Усі мають давати результати для України, для нас з вами, для стійкості нашої, для справедливості в Україні, для захисту України і захисту всіх нас, нашого народу. Слава Україні!
And
Heroes Slava.
And while Zelensky is working inside of his own government to now reverse the anti-corruption bill that sapped the power of the NABU and SAPU, we have been able to hear that Putin is doing something similar, but on an actual concerning scale. From what we've been able to hear, really quickly, I want to make sure that we cover this, folks, because the news technically is over now, but there's this one last piece, and it's a part of the poll that we've had running for a little bit, and I want to make sure that we read this off to y'all. The Russian president, Vladimir Putin, appears to be transforming Russia into a Soviet-style police state, likely in preparation for expected anti-war sentiments in the Russian population as the Kremlin prolongs the war in Ukraine and prepares for a future war with NATO. The Russian government has been slowly consolidating control over the Russian population's access to independent information throughout Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian government is also slowly adapting its legal regime to increase the state's stability, to repress and coerce Russians into conceding to state narratives and ideas, like the Soviet Union's attempts at controlling the population. And this has led a lot of people to wonder, what kind of a situation is the Russian government actually in internally? Is it in danger? Is it normal for Russia? Nothing new? Is it fine? Is it fine and dandy? Matthew, what are people thinking? And what are you thinking as well?
All right, so now that we are hearing from the analysts, they're saying that Putin is turning Russia into a Soviet-era police state to combat anti-war sentiments. What are your thoughts? 50% said it indicates that Putin's power is in danger, while 36% said that's normal for Russia and not new, and 7% said it sounds a little exaggerated to me. And honestly, I'm with the 36%. You never had a right to speak freely in Russia in the first place. There was no even perception that you could do that. The Russian people know, and they'll tell you to your face if you ask them on the street that they know better than to talk about certain topics. So if you don't call that a Soviet-era police state, then I'm not sure what is considered a Soviet-era police state. They're not free to do what they want, and they're under tight control. And I think pretty much what the only thing that's changing here is I think a bunch of social media platforms are getting blocked in Russia coming up very soon. A lot more of them are. And I mean, that's just an extra layer of the censorship, really. That's not really a Soviet era police state because they didn't even have Facebook during the Soviet era. So how can it be Soviet era if it wasn't even existing then? But I'm just with a 35%. I think that's normal. But Enforcer, what say you?
Matthew, actually, you're incorrect. The Soviets did have a Facebook. It was all the faces of the political, the politically repressed in the NKVD and the KGB's logs that went to the gulags. We all know that they had Facebooks.
I mean, I guess you'd call that the forbidden Facebook. Actually, that was who was in charge of that one? Who started that one?
Oh, I it's not Laurenti Beria.
Was
there was
it
a guy before him.
Ivan Muckerberg?
Oh, dude. It's Ivan Blieteberg. Or something like that. It's like, bruh, he made it. But beyond that, I thought, dude, I actually thought you were seriously asking me, like, who was the first guy in, like, the NKVD or something like that, or the Cheka, and I was like, I actually don't know. And then you were like, bruh, was it Blieteberg? I was like, bruh. I was like, this goes hard. But beyond that, I do have to say that, really quickly, folks, getting into the seriousness of this all, I think that it is showing that there is some limited domestic political danger in the country. But I'm actually going to have to be honest with y'all. My opinion has been changing little by little over the years about the stability of the Russian government. I actually used to think that they were decently unstable, but considering that they've gone through great deals of domestic upheaval and economic upheaval over prior years, and it seems to have had really no effect on the Russian public, and they just continuously get repressed to the point that there is no effect. I honestly think that the Russian government may be in a somewhat stable position. It may be in a position stable enough that it can end up weathering through this thing like North Korea, because if y'all don't know, to give y'all a little bit of a history lesson about the past 30 or 40 years or so on North Korea was actually economically more successful than South Korea for most of its history. Isn't that crazy to think, folks, that South Korea was actually worse off for about half of its history compared to North Korea? North Korea was actually better off. But that is actually the case. That is the truth. And North Korea was actually paraded really around the world by communist countries like the Chinese and the Soviet Union as being a communist and socialist success story, at least until things changed. And things changed in the 90s. North Korea was hit with really heavy floods, and there was also a whole bunch of different domestic policy changes that were made in North Korea that were really stupid. And this is going to sound like the stupidest start to the worst thing that ever happened in North Korea, but Kim Il-sung, Kim brings the sun, as he's generally called in actual Korean. But beyond that, Kim Il-sung had this really cool idea of improving the livelihoods, or at least the diets, of the people of North Korea. So he came up with this great idea. Let's start breeding goats, and let's let them live everywhere in North Korea where there's grass. So what they would do is that they'd roam the mountains of North Korea, you know, these mountains here where you see the trees and the grass and such, but they would roam them around the agricultural areas of the foothills. And these things got prolific. So there was a decent amount of goat meat in a North Korean diet in the 80s. But then these massive floods started to hit in the very late 80s. And because there was no topsoil, well, the topsoil wasn't held down by any sort of grass or any vegetation, the topsoil just started to wash away. And when it would, sometimes it would create landslides. Sometimes it would end up just completely destroying crops and harvests in North Korea. And considering that the Soviet Union also was collapsing at this time, and because of that, the communist Chinese really weren't that apt to try and support the North Koreans, because the Soviets and the Chinese were trying to vie for the favor of the North Koreans for communist political reasons. But beyond that, because the Russians and the Chinese were no longer really helping out the North Koreans too much, and also these great floods started to hit, the food security in North Korea literally collapsed overnight within the next 2 years, from about 1989 to 1991. And the food situation got so bad, people started to starve. It was truly a famine. In North Korea, this is actually called, to this day, the March of Suffering, or the March of Strife. Either one. It's kind of an interchangeable thing. But generally, the March of Suffering is the one that we all go with out here in the West. But beyond that, the Great March of Suffering was pretty much where a decent percentage, it was I think 20% or 15% of the North Korean population died from famine over the next few years in the 90s. So, you know, while everyone else in America was big into Chuck E. Cheese, everyone was dying in North Korea. But beyond that, the situation was incredibly bad. And of course, Kim Il-sung, which had guided the country into its creation, had guided the country through the Korean War, had guided it through all of the trials and tribulations of the Cold War, he was there, Matthew, at the helm in 1991. He was going to guide the North Korean people through the most turbulent and difficult time in the nation's history. And Matthew, what did he do to fix the situation?
He ate all the food on their behalf.
He died.
Oh, damn, that's not helpful.
He was then replaced by Kim Jong-il. So Kim Jong-il came in, and Kim Jong-il...
Wait a minute, Kim Jong-il, he went from being, you know, dead to Kim Jong-il.
Well, Kim Il-sung died. They, you know, buried him and all that. Well, actually, I think they embalmed him like a lot of communist leaders are, and there's a mausoleum that he's still in to this day. Let me go check that. Because usually communist leaders get embalmed. Kim Il Sung.
It's creepy as hell too. Like that embalming they do with these like Lenin and these communist leaders. It's creepy.
Ah, yeah, he is embalmed, actually. Yeah, yeah. I won't show that to y'all on air. I don't know if YouTube would like that. But he is embalmed. He's actually in a mausoleum in Pyongyang. So he's still around. He wasn't buried, he was embalmed. Mao is also embalmed as well. You can actually go see his body in Beijing. And Lenin, I think, is still on public display in Moscow. Pretty much most communist leaders, they get embalmed. But anyways, beyond that, Kim Il-sung died and was replaced by Kim Jong-il. So Kim Jong-il started to see that the government's position was wildly precarious because of this famine, and government stability was starting to decrease. Remember, folks, this isn't just a lack of a loss of consumer goods. This is literally the complete collapse of the country, to the point there is no food for most people. So Kim Jong-il created this really interesting societal system called the Songbun. Now this is, well, actually, I think it's the Songun. The Songbun is the social caste system created under Juche philosophy in North Korea. It's existed the entire time. But the Songun system, which sounds very similar, but it's missing the B. Songbun and Songun are two different sorts of societal things in North Korea. But the Songun was a new sort of a cultural contract that was made by Kim Jong-il. Under this contract, the military is all important. There is no real concern for the citizenry. It is about national defense and protecting from an outside force. This was a explanation or a justification to the nation to give most of the food that was available to the soldiers in the military and the officers, which ensured loyalty, which ensured that the North Korean government was stable. So while the country was starving and 15 to 20% of all North Koreans did die in the Great Famine, it still ensured government stability even in what could be described as an apocalyptic scenario inside of North Korea. And for that reason, and because of the instillment and continued use of the Songun social system, the North Korean government still is generally regarded as stable even today, because it prioritizes the military all above all else to make sure that they ensure loyalty, because they're actually giving preferential treatment to the military over the civilians. So that could be something that Putin does as well. So even if the situation completely collapsed in Russia, as long as Putin is able to largely garner the loyalty and devotion of the military and just continue an endless purge, so that way whenever anyone's loyalty is questioned, they're executed, he can pretty much maintain power a lot like Stalin did during the Great Famine, the Great Purges, and then post-World War II, and during World War II as well. But Stalin did something incredibly similar, and I actually think that Kim Jong-il may have taken that sort of a play out of Stalin's playbook, because it's somewhat similar to what he did during the purge. Well, at least with the NKVD.
Putin is like a mixture between Lenin and Stalin. He took like the bad elements of both of those leaders and put them into one guy, which is Vladimir Putin today. He has the brutality of Stalin, like behind closed doors, but in public he tries to portray himself as like a master strategist that is more of a thinker than a brutal type person. But obviously he's extremely brutal. He has people taken off to gulags and has them murdered out there at the gulags. So he's got that Stalin streak in him, but he's also got that Lenin streak in him too.
Yeah, he really is not a great person. Honestly, I wonder what actually happens inside of Russia, because they keep a lot of it below board. They don't really tell anyone about what really happens in Russia. Like Navalny did not die from a blood clot. He got beat to death or something in prison for sure, by the guards most likely, or by some FSB guys who went up there to beat him to death. He clearly did not die of natural causes, I would be sure. But I wonder.
No, he definitely didn't die of natural causes. No, I don't think anybody. Well, I say that, but gulags obviously don't have a lot of supervision going on, so it's possible to die in a gulag by accident, I guess. But that the gulags, I will give the gulags this: the gulags are extremely disciplined when it comes to the way the guards treat the prisoners. Even in the lower security gulags in Russia, they are very big on making sure prisoners are very, very subordinate to orders and that they listen to everything. They treat them extremely rough, but there's rarely any instances of like the prisoners acting up. It's very structured. It's weird because Russia's not known for it, but it's almost like as structured as the Japanese penitentiary system is when it comes to the amount of discipline behind it, which is, like I said, nothing you'd expect out of Russia, but they have that in the prisons.
Man, I honestly, man, like as far as if first world countries go or advanced economies go, I don't think there's any prison that can be worse than a Japanese prison. Like Japanese
Ooh.
prisons are insane.
It's tough, very bad. Any prison that has like some insanely strict guidelines behind it. Although I say that though, but I mean, if you asked a Japanese person, would they rather be in a Japanese prison or an American prison? I think they'd probably choose their own prison.
Yeah, I think it's more so of a cultural and a societal sort of a thing. But Japanese prisons, at least here in the Western world, speaking of the United States and Europe, are absolutely insane. And actually border, at least for most human rights groups, on nearly or actually violating human rights with how they treat prisoners. It's a wild sort of a system. If y'all ever want, go pull up videos on it and watch it. It's very interesting because in Japanese prisons, I mean, it's not even comparable to the West in any way. There's no way to describe it by saying it's like this but different. It's completely different with how it works. Prisoners must work. There is no voluntary prison work programs. It's all involuntary prison work. So, in a sense, if you want to call it this, it's kind of like indentured servitude or even slave labor, if you want to call it that. To some people call it that. I think it's more so indentured servitude of a kind, or generally like the convict lease labor that is fairly commonly known here in the United States. But beyond that, it's forced. Like you don't have a choice; you have to work. Any sort of outburst, any noise, you're put into solitary confinement for 30 days, and you have to sit in a specific way all day, every day for 12 hours a day.
You know, a sleeper prison that many people don't think, right off the bat, when you say what's a very brutal prison, most people won't say those because they're not fully aware of it. But El Salvador has some hellish prisons down there. The most notable one is Secot down there. That's the notorious one that everybody's become familiar with recently because I think they sent some U.S. individuals or some maybe some illegal immigrants down there or something. I can't recall which guy it was. But Secot, that's a tough one right there. They actually let people in here, believe it or not. They let some YouTubers in here to film the place. And I don't know exactly what they've got going on here at Secot, but there's some things here going on at Secot that I think might be a little bit disturbing. There's no proof of it, but it has the appearance of something not going on too great there. The prison's a little too clean. It looks like it's not really a prison. I don't know. Like this place is ominous to me.
Also, one thing that Matthew is not mentioning is that satellite photography over the years has started to show that this specific building right here appears to be some sort of a killing house because there appears to be some sort of a large streak of dried blood on the pavement in this area that started to form over the years that appears to come from this specific building right here. So it's actually believed, at least by some, that they may be taking the prisoners at some point, taking them into the shed and executing them. But that's unknown to the public. Like, we're not entirely sure if that's true or not. But the satellite photography is starting to show something along those lines might be happening. So
I've heard those allegations. I just like obviously, like I said, there's nothing concrete behind it, so it's just an allegation. But this is just such a odd thing. It's like El Salvador built such a modern prison that looks like this. It's high tech. It's massive. And it's like El Salvador it needs a prison like that. And also, it's like not only is it a prison for El Salvador, but now they're sending people from other countries to the prison too, from what I've heard.
yeah, it's an incredibly weird sort of a thing. It's very questionable. It's also even more questionable that just a little while ago they removed presidential term limits in El Salvador. This was just like 2 days ago. So now Bukele is president for life. He kind of went from just being the quirky, haha, I'm a democratically elected president, but I'm a kind of a cool dictator, to now he's actually like a dictator, because if you ever remove presidential term limits and you become a president for life, you're a dictator at that point. Like, that's how it works. That's what Xi Jinping did. That's generally what Putin does, to a sense. That's what any dictator does, just look around the world. So a little bit interesting with that. I would generally say that this is pretty much the modern equivalent of the best way that I could put it, a concentration camp or a gulag, one or the other, in a Latin American form.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. To me, all I can say is it seems ominous. I'm not really sure about all the allegations because people have lobbed a hell of a lot of allegations at the place. It just seems like something's off about it, but I really can't put my finger on it. But I have a feeling we'll find out one day, but hopefully we'll find out sooner than later. But also, real quick, because we're in a rabbit hole here, I do want to show the people something here on the stream that I think is going to make people's day. It is the Kadyrov video, by the way. I've reposted it on the top of our Twitter page. We forgot to show this yesterday, but Kadyrov was rumored rumored to have almost drowned while he was on vacation in Turkey a couple days back. And apparently he got overhydrated in the ocean. So he left the ocean. He got on the beach and got unhydrated. And now he's trying to prove he's in great health because he's riding a exercise bike. But he looks like he's got one foot in the grave, if you ask me. So let's show the people the video and see this guy in perfect health.
Okay. Man.
Look at that. He's alive and well, buddy. Specimen of high performance.
Dude, I like how he's riding this thing or like bicycling on it like he's Willy Wonka. You know, remember when he like rode the bicycle thing like Gene Wilder did? He's like doing the same thing. This is ridiculous.
Why is it so awkward? It's so awkward. Like,
dude, why is he looking like straightforward and just smiling like a psycho? Like, why isn't he like looking at the camera and be like, "Hey, man," like, you know, he's just literally looking like straightforward, like he's in prison. It's like, what the hell is this? Dude, this is
I think they've cloned him and replaced him with a body double. This guy right here, I mean, this guy really acts like he's not like living. Like he acts like he's got a foot in the grave for real. Like and there had been rumors that he was terminal for a while, but obviously he's still around, so he must not have been that terminal, or either he's still, you know, hanging out. But he's now here. He's going through all this effort to prove that he's in good shape when he's not. I mean, look how much weight he's lost. Everybody in the chat's pointing it out too. He's lost a hell of a lot of weight. Like if you go back and find another picture of Kadyrov, like on Google Images,
like
you'll see he is slimmed down dramatically, like a lot. I have a feeling there's more to the story than just him losing weight.
Yeah, here we go. Here's what he looked like before. This is what he looks like after. I mean, hell, this might be an Ozempic ad at this point.
Yeah, I think something's bad wrong with him. And I don't know if the drowning allegations were true or not about him potentially drowning in Turkey, but I mean, like, I don't know what the deal is. This guy right here is he? It feels like Putin wants to get rid of him, and it also feels like his own health is wanting to get rid of this guy right here. He's got a lot of enemies at this point, including his own health.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy's not in great shape at all. A lot of the medical rumors about him are definitely true. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on into. Also, by the way, speaking of prisons, though, Matthew, do you know where the highest security prison in the U.S. is?
Colorado.
Yes, and what is its name?
It's the Supermax. I know the name of it, but I can't think of it right off the top of my head.
It is ADX Florence, right
That's
here.
it.
This is the highest security prison in the United States. If y'all don't know, everyone who is here is one of the most dangerous criminals in the country. This is pretty much America's equivalent of Alcatraz in the modern day. But unlike Alcatraz, human contact is completely forbidden at this prison. Every single prisoner is in solitary confinement for the rest of their lives if you're in this prison.
That seems like psychological torture, honestly. I think they've done studies that people being in like real solitary confinement, like actual, like where they have no contact with humans whatsoever, that is that is extremely psychologically damaging. But also at the same time, though, I mean, these are not like your run-of-the-mill criminals or something. These are some pretty damn bad people right here. I think the people that go here were either on the verge of getting the death penalty, or they got spared of the death penalty and they got thrown in here instead. I mean, these are some rough ones that go here.
I mean, these are some of the most dangerous people out there in the world. Like El Chapo's in here right now, actually.
Oh, they've got him in there?
Yeah, he's actually in this one. There's no way for him to escape because, you know, you have to remember the federal guards working here are the best federal prison guards in the system. And the entire thing works off of solitary confinement. The guards themselves actually don't even talk or deal with the prisoners, hardly at all. Like, there's almost no human contact whatsoever. And it's heavily guarded. They have a giant security perimeter. It's insane. But I see some people saying it's cruel and unusual. I would actually have to kind of agree to a sense. I'll be honest with y'all, if we're putting someone in solitary confinement like this and practically putting them through torture for like the next 50 or 60 years that they'll be alive, I honestly think that the death penalty is more humane at that point than this. Like, just to be entirely honest with y'all.
Yeah, that's a tough one, honestly, because this gets into like a philosophical discussion almost. If they've done crimes that are so horrendous, it's like, you know, the people have done like horrific things like mass murders and things like that. They've gone out of their way to harm as many people as they possibly can. They're just like nasty pieces of work, and they're having to put them out here in the middle of Colorado, out in the middle of nowhere, in the most locked down prison that there possibly is, because they're that worried about the safety of the public because they're so dangerous. I'm like, I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one right there. Like I know people say the death penalty is cruel. It's people shouldn't be put to death, but if you got a threat that is so bad and the state has determined these people are guilty, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I would say though, like with how this works, if they're that dangerous that they cannot ever mingle with society again, they can't even deal with the prison guards, and they can't generally even be in a normal prison population. They're that dangerous. The people who are here, all of them are like that. The only way you get to ADX Florence is if you're like that. I feel like at that point, you're such a danger and menace to society, even in prison, that really the only sort of real option is execution. Because it's like, if you're that dangerous, like, and I know some people might not agree with capital punishment, but at the same time, folks, think about this. These people are being put in this prison because they're that dangerous, according to who they are and why they're being punished. If they are that dangerous that we're pretty much going to torture them for the next 50 to 60 years through absolute solitary confinement, 24/7, endlessly. They can't even have their own materials. They can't have reading materials or anything. They literally just sit in a concrete cell, and then they walk out to another concrete cell for an hour of walking time every day. That honestly, that to me, if they're that dangerous that that's what we have to relegate them to, I mean, hell, at that point, I think a firing squad or something along those lines is far more humane to them and also to society than it would be to put them in there.
Yeah. Now, the odd thing is, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the guy that was the mastermind behind the really bad attacks in 2001. He is actually held in Guantanamo Bay, and obviously that guy's dangerous. He literally masterminded a horrible attack, one of the worst in history on America. So he's being held in Guantanamo because he's not an American citizen. Honestly, between this place here in Colorado at Florence or Guantanamo Bay, I think they might be competing for like which one's the nastiest. Honestly, I'm not really sure. I think Guantanamo still takes the cake for being the nastiest between the two penitentiaries. I know they serve different purposes. One's administered by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which is Florence. The other one is administered by the military, the federal government. Well, they're actually both federal government, but the Guantanamo is the military. But I think Guantanamo might be worse than Florence even.
Well, I think Guantanamo would be worse because of the enhanced interrogation tactics that are sometimes, well, has been historically used down there. We can't say it's happening right now because there's no whistleblowers that have come out about it, but I would say, yeah, I would say that it's competing for sure because Guantanamo is really rough, from what people have said. But I see some people saying, let's see, it would be easier on the federal budget. It's not necessarily about the budget, but to explain a little bit about capital punishment to people, like the historical idea. Back in the Middle Ages, there were no resources available to put people in prison for life. If you ever got in trouble, and it wasn't a serious thing, you could end up in, say, a dungeon, or the bailiff could put you in jail for a couple of days, maybe some weeks, or a couple of months. But the idea was that if the crime was so serious, or that you're such a dangerous person that you can't ever be put back out in society again, it's best to execute you. Because if you're going to be inside of a prison back then, considering the resources are scarce, that costs a lot of money to feed someone, and they're never going to do anything again anyways. So for their end, their life is over for the large part. They're stuck in a dungeon for the rest of their lives. And usually, if you were ever usually whenever you would see that sort of thing where someone was stuck in a dungeon like the Bastille for the rest of their lives, that was towards really the end of the Renaissance, or really the Age of Enlightenment, that was when it was finally possible. But at least in the Middle Ages, the idea was that if you're going to be in a dungeon or a jail that long, that you literally never leave after you enter, it would be more humane on the prisoner, and it'd be more humane to society and the expulsion of resources to execute them. And generally, I could like back then, that's the only thing that made sense. Nowadays, I feel like we take this sort of a deal with solitary confinement and such things to such an extreme, like with ADX Florence, that it's starting to become inhumane. And I feel like, honestly, if you were to give me the option, if you were to say, you enforcer, you were such a dangerous criminal that you can either sit in solitary confinement and never talk or see another human again for the rest of your life, for the next 60 years of your life, or take execution by some means, I would largely opt for execution at that point, because your life is quite literally over and you're literally just waiting endless decades for it to finally end. It seems more humane to the convicted at that point to give them capital punishment than it would be to put them in prison for life in a situation like this.
You know, the problem I've always had with the death penalty, though, and I know people are going to balk at it, but there have been people that have gotten the death penalty. I can't remember which ones it was, but there's been people that were wrongfully convicted and got the death penalty and were put to death by the state, and it turns out they were innocent. It happens, and obviously, when you execute somebody, that's final. Like, you can't like reverse that. Once they're gone, they're gone. So if you decide later, oh, well, actually, we found new evidence here, and that person wasn't guilty. It's like, well, you can't exact justice at that point. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. So, and also, I'll be honest with you, every time I've ever seen, like, for example, Alabama's a state that still has capital punishment. If you ever actually see the way that's conducted, and also the way that looks and the way it operates, it's so unnerving and so I don't know if repulsive is the right word or what. It's something about it seems so wrong. It's like, I get the fact that the person did something really horrific to even get the death penalty in the first place, but should we really be putting them to death, at the hands of the state, and we're convicting them beyond a doubt? Obviously that's the standard, but I don't know. Like, something about the death penalty just seems like it's not a good thing to me. But at the same time, though, when you see somebody committing a horrible enough crime, you're like, are we just going to lock them up and spend tons of resources on them, or just, is execution the answer? I'm not really sure. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and there are people who are wrongfully convicted, even not of the death penalty, but of smaller offenses, and they go to prison for 20 years before it's found out that they weren't the ones responsible. But at the same time, though, I would say generally, to be entirely honest, at least where capital punishment is still followed out in the United States, the process is overly abundantly overcomplicated even after the trial is over and they're sentenced to death, because there's decades of appeals that can happen from that point on to make sure that if they were innocent, we're not going to execute an innocent prisoner or an innocent accused. And I think generally, as far as the process works in the United States, especially with the lengthy appeal process that can follow, I feel like that's probably the best way to work it. Because if you go through about 20 or 30 years of appeals and attempts at retrials off of, say, faulty evidence and whatnot, and over 20 to 30 years and all of the changing judges and justices and panels that will come through that will review that are denying that, at that point, the evidence had to have been so irrefutable that capital punishment was the correct punishment at that point. Although
Have you ever seen the process, by the way?
Oh,
Like, have
yeah.
you ever seen it yourself?
Yeah, I've
The
seen it.
process is so whack. Like, it is so weird. Like, the process for like capital punishment in America, the way it works in Alabama, and I think it's the prison. I think it's the prison in Atmore that conducts some of the capital punishments in Alabama. They have this room that's like, it looks like almost like an operating room, where they have a gurney in it, and they put that's the person to be executed on it. And then they have a glass panel that's like for the room, and they have like bleachers out there behind the glass panel where people will sit. It can be the family members, usually the attorney of the convicted person that's being put to death. And also, I think people can come in and view it if they just want to. I think it's also a thing they can do as well. They'll sit there, and the executioner will say some words to the guys they're hooking him up for the injection and everything. It is like so barbaric. It's really, honestly, I think the only way to describe it is barbaric. I can get the fact that some people argue it's necessary, but you got to at least recognize it's almost unhuman the way it's conducted, and it's just weird. Like, it's just really weird.
I would honestly have to say, and this is something that would be a little bit maybe shocking to people. I honestly think that lethal injections, if y'all know how lethal injections work, I don't like hearing about them at all. Honestly, I would rather say that execution by hanging is a far easier fate than lethal injection or the electric chair or anything, because death by hanging, if done correctly, is instantaneous. You were quite literally dead once you reach the full length of the rope, and it's it's a lot more humane than lethal injection, because if you've ever heard how lethal injection is described, you pretty much are able to feel yourself dying the whole time. That just seems messed up. Honestly, like a lot of it seems messed up, but at the same time, though, if they had their day in court and a jury of their peers decided without a reasonable doubt that they were guilty, and then and then their crime was so severe that their punishment was death, and then they go through years and years of appeals, and through all of those appeals, it is decided and rejected that they are guilty and that they do deserve the death penalty. I mean, we've given them about the full breadth of the law that we could at that point to make sure that we're not executing, hopefully, an innocent man, and we're making sure to carry out the justice of the law that is to be exacted.
Yeah, maybe so. It's just, and also there's always a lot of drama that goes on with those executions as well. Like usually the lawyer for the person that's being executed will usually try to do some last minute motion or something to try to postpone it. It can be anything. Like they'll make up reasons that they have to try to put a stop to it, and it's usually successful. Like most times they give the benefit of the doubt because they're obviously like, well, hell, once the guy is executed, you can't fix that once he's executed. So they usually give it the benefit of the doubt, and they'll put a stay on the execution, and they'll usually have like a phone in the execution room itself that gets rung literally the moment they call and put a stay on the execution. It's really just wild. Like it's hard to describe it, but once you see it though, it'll make you rethink it. Like I think most people, if they have a conscience, would look at that and say, I don't know. That's a tough one. It's not as black and white as a lot of people make it out to be.
But yeah, I would agree. But still, at the same time, putting them up, because these people are either going to life in prison, maybe in a place like ADX Florence, or largely putting themselves out of their own suffering at that point that they're going to be subjected to for the next decades they're alive. I would still say that in between those two, on the humanity side of things, I would find it more humane to execute at that point through capital punishment than to put them into solitary confinement where they never come into contact with a human again. I think, honestly, that's a fate worse than death, really, because humans are sociable creatures. And to put someone in solitary confinement like that for the rest of their lives, I mean, that is a torture beyond comprehension, really.
Yeah, I would say it could be.
But anyways, with that, enough about this rabbit hole, folks. This isn't even our main topic. It is time for us to get on back into the questions. And we have quite a many of them. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our super chat questions here. This one, our first one, is going to go to none other than LC39A, who's throwing in another massive 2 supports tonight. And thank you very much, LC39A, for that support continuously throughout the week. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, everyone dies. It's all a matter of when.
That's true. And you actually threw it in the middle of our capital punishment rabbit hole there. I would say that that is true. Everyone does die. It doesn't matter of when. But as far as the state having to take someone's life through the process of the law, I think that I would still have to err on the side of caution, a lot like the justice system has done today, that up until quite truly the last minute of execution, every single chance at an appeal should be taken, and every single chance should be scrutinized quite heavily. Because the idea of the state, like I would have to say that while I'm generally understanding of capital punishment, still, I'm not someone to say, oh, let's just, make it into, capital punishment prime where it's done in a day. That's ridiculous. I think it should still be given the full breadth of the law, that every single avenue should be looked at to make sure that this person quite truly is guilty of this heinous crime they are supposed of committing, to make sure that the punishment does fit the crime for the greater part of it, and then to follow out with that. So I would generally be in that kind of a camp. Generally, I'd say that as far as the death penalty process works here in the United States, I think that pretty much most practicing states that still practice capital punishment or the death penalty, I think that they do it quite well, at least the best that it could be done in realistic circumstance. So that would really be my take on it. But I do thank you so much for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, LC39A. But there is no, like Monster Lab said, there is no easy answer, because some people say, well, let's not execute them like Matthew. But then it's like, well, then we put them through torture for 40 to 50 years. And then if we execute them, well, if we execute an innocent man. I mean, it's a really sort of a complicated sort of a deal. It's like, what is there, like, much like many things in life, there really isn't an incredibly good answer. It's really more so up to your preference of what you find most preferable. And there really is no clear answer beyond that, because I could say, that I could definitely agree with Matthew that executing an innocent man would be an absolutely horrendous thing, and it has happened before. But at the same time, though, putting someone through the torture of being completely isolated from human contact for the rest of their lives is such a honestly, I would say that is such a cruel and unusual kind of a punishment, at least in my opinion, that is in itself maybe worse than death through capital punishment. And then it's like, which one do you find more preferable? It's like, and anyways, on top of that, another thing that you have to think about is that if they do go through the appeals process, if they're in life in prison, and they end up spending 40 years in a place like ADX Florence without any human contact for 40 straight years, and then finally they go, we got the wrong man, and this was not the guy who was guilty of the crime, so he is being acquitted, and he's being given a pardon, and he gets out. He's completely broken. I mean, it's been 40 years in solitary confinement. He hasn't even talked to prison guards for that time. This guy is quite truly broken to the core. You know, it's like even at that point, you've practically screwed. Like if you end up getting someone that's innocent and you convict them of being guilty in that kind of an instance where they're either facing life in prison or capital punishment, no matter what, you're pretty much screwing them over at that point. Even if they do end up going to life imprisonment, you're practically screwing them over. So it's a really tough one. Honestly, it seems as though it seems like there should be more diligence on the side of the courts in the actual cases and trials that come up than more so the question of which one's more humane or not to the accused.
Once that guy gets out, though, he's going to be living a rich man's life, though, because if the state screwed up that bad to put a innocent person in the prison and in a horrible prison like that on a fake allegation, then that's going to be a payday.
How much have the paydays been? Because I've heard of some people getting quite a okay amount or a sizable sum or nothing nearly.
I'll be honest with you, I can't remember off the bat, but I'm like almost certain it's in the millions for certain.
I would hope so, because if they're going through that kind of hell for that many decades, they deserve quite a fortune, really, for that. But anyways,
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if money's going to fix the damage caused by that. Like if at that point you've gone into like I don't even know what the psychological term would be for it, like psychosis or something. You've like gotten mentally like permanently damaged, and you can't even function properly after that because you're so damaged. Then I'm not even sure if money is really going to fix that at that point. It's not like you can reverse that.
yeah, there was some guy, man. It was a documentary I watched. It was an African American guy. He was accused of a crime when he was 18 years old, I think in the state of Georgia. And he ended up in prison for, I think, 50 years before they found out he was not the one guilty for the crime and he was let out. But the man literally spent his whole life from 18 years to his late 60s in prison. His life was gone. Like, his whole life is gone. There was nothing that he ever had of life. He was in prison when he legally became an adult, and then he pretty much served out the entirety of his adulthood. He came out of prison an elderly citizen. Didn't get to see a single bit of his life. That right there, like, it's like no amount of money could ever bring back living through your prime and living through your prime in prison. That's a sort of a horrendous kind of a thing, really, when you think about it. It's like, honestly, at that point, it's like there is no way to right that wrong. Even if you gave that person the Powerball's worth of money, I don't think that's really righting the wrong at that point.
Yeah, I don't think it would either. I don't think it would personally. I was about to say you could set the family up for life that had to deal with that, but it's like that's not really fixing it either. What's just throwing money at somebody going to fix like decades of psychological torture? It's not.
Yeah, I mean that's a rough one, and and of course the justice, no matter how well the justice systems works, there is always going to be something that slips through the cracks. There's always something that slips through the cracks on everything, but it's a great tragedy whenever it does, like the instances we're talking about. But anyways, with that, getting off of that topic, because someone did say it's getting depressing, and it's a fact of life, but quite depressing nonetheless. I'd agree. We will be on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to LC39A once again. He throws in that second one, a $112 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. The second one of the night, massive support. He said, sorry, teacher, for being late for the class.
And I thank you for the massive support, LC39A, and thank you for being here tonight. Better late than never, is what I always say. And I saw you come in earlier, you threw in that massive support, and I gotta thank you incredibly for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it rolling. So a huge, massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to another channel legend. It is Danny B once again, and he throws in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Danny, as well for that support, and we appreciate that very, very much. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here, and sorry, I'm just joining. I had a big big catering event tonight, and I usually listen. I usually listen, but I couldn't tonight. And I read this thumbnail. And how close is Taiwan and China gonna go to war in LLT LSA?"
And it sounds like you've been busy today, Danny B. But to answer your question, they're about as close to going to war as they have been for probably about the last year. But it's inching closer and closer to D-Day, or the day, with each passing day. Today looked significant, but it appears to be another low-level coercion effort. A non-war military activity, as the Chinese would call it. So nothing as in like the war is coming tomorrow or the next week. It's still probably at least a year or more away from us at this point. But still, tensions are running high in the Strait. That's for sure. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running, Danny B. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to I can't. Is this name okay to say, or is this gonna be awkward? Let me know.
I'd just say Tyrannosaurus, honestly.
So we have a $20 support from a Tyrannosaurus that's very excited, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, very excited Tyrannosaurus, for that support. They said, "Hello, Enforcers. And were there really CIA bases and biolabs in Ukraine? And if so, what happened to them? And who is Chris's mom?" I can answer the first question. There were never biolabs inside of Ukraine. That was Russian propaganda through and through. But there were CIA outposts in Ukraine. But that was not anything crazy. Like, obviously, there's going to be U.S. outposts there. Like, people should know that. We literally had the opportunity to do surveillance right on Russia's border. And clearly, the United States was going to take advantage of that. There's no, like, messing around about that. And that's public information. Like, if you pull it up, you'll find that there were outposts there on the border with Russia inside of Ukraine that the American intelligence agencies were operating. But there was nothing crazy. It wasn't biolabs. It wasn't any type of weapons research. It was nothing like that, just to answer that question. But I think Enforcer knows who Chris's mom is.
Chris's mom is a joke that was made about a viewer that came in, and their name was Chris. It's not a viewer that's around anymore. They were banned. But they said something incredibly heinous, and so I responded to them something about their mother, something their mother, and then I was like, well, this was quite a big development, but not as big as Chris's mom, and people loved it so much it kind of made a thing of its own, and it's existed since then. But generally, it was supposed to be a burn against a specific person that was very nasty when they came in here, and it was only supposed to be like the one-time burns that we did here and there, and we do them still. But for some reason, that one really stuck on, and people really got a huge kick out of it. But still, I hope that does address that part well. But as far as CIA bases and biolabs, like Matthew's saying, there were CIA outposts in Ukraine. Just shockingly enough, there's CIA black sites in Russia. There's CIA bases everywhere. Any country on Earth, anywhere in the world, the CIA is there in some way, shape, or form doing something. That's what intelligence agencies do. There are FSB operational facilities probably somewhere in the United States that are helping to coordinate their spy rings here in this country. That's just how intelligence and counterintelligence works. But as far as the biolabs didn't exist, because if they did, let's think logically here. If biolabs did exist, and they were creating a bioweapon that specifically targeted genetically Russian people, and the Russians weren't able to take over Ukraine in a quick enough time, 3.5 years later, why in the world would the Ukrainians have not used that bioweapon yet, considering that would delete the whole problem for them for the rest of all time? That generally shows they don't have it. And because also another thing that I have to say is that Russia said that all of NATO and the United States were supporting them in the development of that bioweapon. So if the whole Western world was in on the gag of, dropping a poison bomb on the Russians and killing all of them. Why in the world would they have not used it yet, considering that no one in the Western world would object to it, and the only country that probably would object to it is the Chinese, and their input on that would be pretty much negligible or non-existent at that point. That pretty much disproves the claim in itself. That's also why the Russians dropped the whole biolabs claim about a year into the war, because it became incredibly clear that it made no sense given the fact that the Russians weren't able to take over the country, and if they did have a bioweapon that specifically targeted Russians and was able to kill them, they would have used it already. So with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, and I thank you so much once again.
Well, my question is this: why did the Russians have to come up with such crazy theories? It's like if the CIA is operating inside of Ukraine, which they were and they still are to some extent or another, Russia has people operating on our soil too. It's not a secret. It's like everybody does counterintelligence. Everybody does that. And also, there's an easy explanation for why the CIA would have outposts on their border. It's to gather signals intelligence. Every country does that because obviously you're in proximity to the Russian border, so it's really easy to gather those signals. So, it's common sense. I think there was a total of upwards of, 12 outposts scattered along the Russia-Ukraine border. Obviously, they didn't tell exact locations. That would be an OPSEC violation. But there was a big expose a while back that one major news outlet put out showing that there were about 12 of them, or at least allegedly there were 12 of them along the border. But generally what was believed is they were gathering signals intelligence, and they were also providing intelligence to the Ukrainian military to be able to bolster their defenses in case Russia did invade, which they ended up invading. So obviously it came in handy.
It certainly did. But I do hope that answers the question well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Foxglow, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Fox, as well, for that $20 support. And he said, all of these 2030s procurement plans make me think the U.S. doesn't plan on intervening in Taiwan. The Golden Dome, the F-47, the Columbia class, etc. What say you? And I believe there's a significant chance America won't risk the losses in Taiwan.
And I would have to generally say it would look like that, at least on the surface. But the thing with that is that generally with how wars work, you kind of have to start preparing or developing these sorts of systems and weapons, pretty much where they're not available by the end of the war. We're going to fight this war today with the weapons we have today, that we can produce today. Because if you remember, in World War II, we entered World War II with the M3 Lee, and the M4 Sherman was brand new. By the end of World War II, we had M26 Pershings fighting the Germans in small numbers. But still, the M26 Pershing had been in development, I think, around 1942 or so, and finally was able to be put into production by late 1944, or mid-1944, really, just in time to be put into Europe. So that's kind of an instance of a weapon system that was in development like that. Or, for example, the F-15, because, of course, the United States planned on fighting the Soviet Union in Europe at any given moment if a war was going to break out, but the F-15 wouldn't have been ready for that war if it happened in the early 70s or the late 60s. It had to go through its whole design and development phase, and it was finally put into service in 1975. So it's kind of a similar principle. It's not that we're not willing to fight these wars, it's just that we're trying to get new weapon systems that are more advanced and capable, and it takes time. And unfortunately, they may not be around to fight that war, or they might be there just for the very end of it. Also, by the way, the Columbia class does look pretty cool.
I like all submarines, man. All submarines look good to me.
Submarines are cool. It's just that the air in them smells stale and nasty. But here's an internal view. I don't know if they're allowed. They're allowed to show, but this is an internal view of what the Columbia class would look like on the inside. How big is this thing, by the way? What's like the? Wow, 21,000 tons. That's actually pretty big. And Ohio class is, I think, about 17.8. So this thing's actually quite large. This is getting on up towards, I think, Typhoon class territory nearly.
That's very good right there. It carries 16 of those world-ending missiles.
Ah, yes. I see you know your world-ending well. Good one. And you, sir, would you like to receive my limp trident? How dare you, sir? Sadly, the Zumwalt will never go anywhere. Rest in peace, weird oblong Squidward-looking boat. Like a ship. I don't think this thing is ever going anywhere. I think they canceled like all of them. Like 29 of them. 3 of them have been completed. 1 of them's in sea trials right now, and 2 of them are currently active. And still to this day, it's 9 years later, they still have not gotten the railguns figured out that were supposed to be on this thing when it sailed.
That's a damn shame. Honestly, I got to tell you from looking at the design, it doesn't look practical. It looks more like style over function just by looking at the thing. I'm not even a ship expert, and I just look at it and can tell that thing doesn't look like it's really made for war. It looks like it's made to look cool.
Yeah, I don't know what the whole philosophy behind that is, but this was a bad design. Um, I don't even know if they're even trying to design new ships for the Navy at this point, like in terms of the classes. Because I know, like at this point, it's almost like they've returned back to like return to Burke, like return to Arleigh Burke, because Arleigh Burke works. Is kind of I think the principle at this point. These these are actually relatively new. The first one of these went into service in the early '90s.
Yeah, I don't think with ships you really like with planes. I think you can make planes look cool and they still perform the way they're supposed to perform for the mission. But with ships, they're always going to look a little bit junky. Like even this one here kind of looks a little bit junky in my opinion, but it's actually functional. It actually works though, and it's like that's what really matters at the end of the day is the thing actually can complete the mission properly.
Man, you ought to see what came before this thing, the Spruance class. This is what came before.
That right there is extra junky. But you know, it's like those food joints. You know, the more like divey the food joint looks, the more busting the food's going to be. Kind of like with the ships.
Yeah, also, let me show you the kid class. That was the kid class.
That right there, that's a big kid.
Yeah, that's a big kid right there. And it was let's see, preceded by the Spruance, and then this thing was preceded by the Charles Adams class. Now that looks like a traditional destroyer, almost from World War II in its design.
Yeah, I think they ought to go back in time and go get the old designs for ships and just use those again because they look cooler than the modern ones.
And then this was the Farragut class, which came before the Adams class. And then this was the Forrest Sherman class, which came before that. You can tell the Navy was going to town during the Cold War. Like they had, and then there was the Mr. class, which, like this is literally like the transition from World War II era destroyers to the modern missile age. This was pretty much the transitional class. And then we get to the Norfolk class, which is almost a World War II era destroyer. And then we have the Gearing class, which practically is a World War II era destroyer. But pretty cool stuff to see them evolve over the years, because the destroyer went from actually being a smaller ship like these to now the Arleigh Burkes are actually pretty large. Like let me get you all the difference in size here. This thing is 390 feet long, the Gearing class. If we go back to the Arleigh Burke, let's see here. The Arleigh Burke is, let's see, 505 feet long. So this thing is about the length of an actual World War II cruiser by their standards.
I think that the Navy ought to collaborate with Lamborghini. They ought to have like a Lamborghini yacht for like the military. Like, could you imagine that? Have you seen the Lamborghini yacht, by the way? Like the
Yes.
actual consumer version. Like, pull that up real quick. I gotta let people see the design of this thing. This thing's pretty cool. I think the Italian Sea Group was in on this one, and Lamborghini put their name on it. That is nice right there. I mean, if they can put a Lamborghini on this right here, then they can put a Lamborghini on the Navy ship. Like, could you imagine we could have those ships flying through the water right there? The Chinese would never see it coming. Thing just flies up into their waters and they don't even see it coming.
Man, what's that classy like wooden boat? You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about, but I don't know what it's called.
Oh, it's kind of like that one actually. It might actually be
Yeah,
that
it's like
one.
that Italian boat.
Man, honestly, man, that would be a sick away boat.
That would be pretty cool, honestly. That's a little too classy though. It needs to be tactical looking.
Yeah, honestly, man, no, it needs to look classy, man, because that's a ship's launch. Like, it ought to look classy. This is for bringing the captain on shore. That would be sick, dude. That would be absolutely sick to have that for a ship's launch. That would be amazing.
That could be pretty cool right there. I would love to see like if we get well, let's see what's the companies that build ships right now. I think it's like Austal. They have like can't remember the other ones, but they ought to get Lamborghini on this thing right here. Like we ought to have like those like fancy modern collaborations. You know how it'll be like let's see Enforcer times Lamborghini or whatever. How they do the little collaboration thing. That'd have U.S. Navy times Lamborghini and have that going on. That'd be cool.
You know what, Matthew? I have a better idea. How about we collaborate with another company so that way every time a destroyer fires his gun, they go, open fire. That shot was sponsored by Coinbase. That shot was
Oh yeah.
sponsored by Coinbase. Like,
Get the funding from the advertisements.
yeah, yeah, dude. Every single missile and every single round fired was sponsored by Coinbase, like the parade. But
Honestly,
anyways,
it's kind of like us actually. Like we're funded off of ads and viewer support. The military could just adopt the same model.
I suppose so. Also, like, let's see here. Succeeded by. So this is what's replacing the Arleigh Burke.
They don't want to see under the water. They need to leave that under there.
Bro, this thing is the chin from like Fairly Godparents.
Yeah, that's hideous. I'm glad it's under there. Hope the water's green or something where you can't see under there.
When did they come out with this? And so this was in 2022 that they came out with that piece of shit. Like, this thing looks terrible. I've never seen one that ugly in my life. This is worse than the Zumwalt, really. Like, I don't even know what the hell that's
ugly.
Yeah, that's terrible looking. So they plan to build the first one in 2032. Or at least have it commissioned, I guess, in 2032. That thing is ugly. Like, this thing is horrendous looking. The Arleigh Burke looked cool, in my opinion. This thing is ugly.
Someone said
the SSJ Lena.
The SSJ Lena.
Oh my god,
that's brutal.
Oh
and it was said by fake Kim Jong-un with like a mustache. That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Bro, the
USSJ Lena. That was brutal as hell right there. That would caught me off guard.
Oh my god, bro, that is a shot across the deck right there if I've ever seen one. Damn, dude, like honestly, that actually was shock value comedy right there. I didn't expect that. That's not something I thought about, but it clicks. But let's see here. The hull. Who in the world? Okay, so an angular hull form with a displacement of 13.2 thousand long tons. Let's see, a conventional bow and superstructure reminiscent of the Zumwalt class. I think we need to move away from the Zumwalt, honestly. Future vessels may be lengthened with a payload module for additional capabilities. Let's see, from the Arleigh Burke and Zumwalt, the vessels will be able to accommodate larger missile launch systems, improve survivability, and space, weight, power, and cooling margins for future growth, as the ship will replace— No! The Ticonderoga? No, that's terrible. They're going to be— These are my favorite ship that ever existed, the Ticonderoga class, the Brick.
The Brick. Look at that.
Man, these things were so cool. They're going to be getting rid of them and replacing them with this thing. I don't like that. But let's see. And accommodations for an admiral staff on each one? So they could fit an admiral on each of these things, apparently.
The admiral needs that much space?
Yes. And every single time he comes on board, Matthew, they'll have a voice record of George Takei going, Admiral, and so that way he feels at home.
Oh my.
Oh wait, no. Every time the ship gets hit, it just plays over the intercom. Oh my. And that's the red alert pretty much. Or better yet.
I'm a doctor, not a shipbuilder, you bastard.
Man. Oh wait, hang on. What is this? No, let's see. Sensors. Okay, that's solid. But like it's not that solid though. Because it's
Did they have that engineer? Did they have that mouthy engineer on these modern U.S. Navy ships? So it's like, "Aye, Captain, I can't push her no more, Captain. She's gonna break."
Nah, man, that's the Royal Navy.
Yes, that's right.
Man, every single ship in the Royal Navy has a Scottish engineer, chief engineer. So that way, when the when the captains are like, "We need more power," they'll be like, "I can't do it, Captain. I can't do it." You know, like they're just freaking out down there for some reason every time. But you know, this thing, if that's the future of the Navy's destroyers and cruisers, it's not an optimistic future, at least in terms of visual aesthetic.
Yeah, this is tough right there.
Ugh.
I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Man, that's what the engineer who designed this thing said. Like I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Anyways, I'm not gonna diss on it too much. Wait, hang on. What was this? Oh, that was the prototype design for the Zumwalt. Why'd they have that little cone up there?
And also, why is the Zumwalt fighting a war in post-apocalyptic Aqualand?
Also, man, like, they designed it in advance with a dunce cap on the head of the sail. Like, why?
This right here is honestly, like, this is what the defense industry really would love to see. Like, just post-apocalyptic wasteland and their equipment being used daily. Like, they would just love this. The shareholders' value is going through the roof.
Man, honestly, dude, like whoever designed this are like, yes, a post-apocalyptic hellhole in America's still kicking ass. Like it's like, bro, it's like, dude, I don't think we need to be kicking ass anymore. We need to be figuring out how to survive this thing, you know? But interesting. So that was the Zumwalt class design, which was completely canceled because they just were terrible. And also they cost 3.2 billion per ship. So, you know, that was a very expensive sort of a project. Also, man, I like how on the design they put an American flag on it, just so that way you knew you were getting your ass beat by an American ship. Although you would never even see it because they're firing at you from over the horizon, hundreds of miles away. So you never see the flag, but they put it on there just for you to know it's America.
Is it true that because I'd heard rumors that the guy who designed this ship right here, or the guys that designed this ship, they realized, huh, our work wasn't appreciated by the Navy. We got to move on. So they went over to Tesla and they built a
Oh
Cybertruck.
my god, it makes sense. I never thought of it like that, but it makes sense, man. Damn. I've never thought of it. You
Man,
know?
I'll tell you what. Honestly, it looks reminiscent. Like it has the like really sharp, like blunt lines on the design, kind of like the Cybertruck. Like obviously the same people didn't build it, obviously, but it looks like the same design philosophy went into it. They wanted a very, I guess you could say polarizing is the word, design for it, something that caught everybody's attention, but they really didn't think how it was really going to work. I don't know, like it just seems wrong.
You know, here's my question though. Here's my question. I have two actually. One, if you go up to this thing, can you rip off the side plating like a Cybertruck panel? And two, with the bow being pretty much a battering ram bow, does that mean that when it goes into a trough, that it just buries the bow in the wave instead of, you know, kind of like disperse it? Like, you know how a normal bow is shaped, like on the Arleigh Burke. Like, let's go here. This is actually a big question that I now have. The bow is flared out at the top, right? You know, and it also juts out forward. And that's specifically so that way if it hits a crest and then it goes into a trough, when it hits the trough, it disperses the pressure and it doesn't just send the ship diving down into the water pretty much at the bow. Does the Zumwalt just dive into every single wave and pretty much bury itself into the trough? Like, does it do that? Because, like, I'm wondering now, because there's nothing up there to stop it from doing that, really.
I mean, I never really thought about that, to be honest with you, but I mean, it's a good point. I mean, maybe it's not made to go into waters like that. Maybe.
Well, I mean, it'd have to. I mean, it's a blue water destroyer. You know, it's almost a cruiser nearly. This thing has to sail the entire world under any weather conditions. It's like, so if they go into if they go into a storm, does the ship almost founder because it doesn't actually have a normal bow? You know, it's or well, not really a normal bow, because there are ships in the past that did have these kind of battering ram bows, but generally they had this issue with bobbing a lot in the water. You know, pretty much diving into waves sometimes, which would happen. And it's like, does this thing just have like an endemic issue with that? Is this just a constant problem for him? I bet you the Navy wouldn't give an answer on that if we asked, but I really want to ask him now, because it's like, how the hell do you use this thing, like in bad weather? Like, how the hell does it even sail? And also on top of that, man, the sides are so flat. It's like, what's this thing's tipping point? You know, because it doesn't really have like a normally curved side to the ship. So it's like, if it starts to tip over, does the center of balance just go to shit and it just completely capsizes? Like, what happened? Like, honestly, I have a lot of questions about this whole design here.
I hope one day we get to the point in the channel where it grows large enough where one day we can just be like, let's call up that guy and ask him why he did that, and just literally call him up and just like ask him on the air or something like that. That would be so cool, just like literally just be able to call him up and ask like on the spot.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually. And I see some people saying, let's see, it's radar deflection. Yeah, I know it's radar deflection. I know they were trying to make it low visibility. But the thing is, though, is that you still have to work with hydrodynamics. It's like you can make a ship stealth, but if it rolls in the waves and it also dives into every single trough, that's just not a good ship. And that's a ship that's bound to eventually founder. That would be the truth of it. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to some more questions because we've been rabbit holing about everything tonight. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Just Chillin', who throws in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Just Chillin', as well, for that support as always and being a longtime channel legend. I was just double checking to make sure. I don't think you threw in a comment, but I was going back to look to make sure I didn't miss it. And he did throw in a super sticker, though. He threw in the Doge holding the #1 sign, and it's jumping around a lot. A little Shiba Inu right there. But thank you very much, Just Chillin'. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for the support, Just Chillin', because folks like you keep this channel running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Zyper Sniper 1, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Zyper, as well. It's good to see you once again. He said, coffee fund for the enforcers. And is China kind of rushing the invasion because Taiwan plans to move the computer chip factory to the US, or am I wrong? And what do you think?
I think the TSMC plays some role, but not an incredibly large part. Taiwan is actually more important for strategic military purposes, at least in my opinion, more so than the semiconductors. Not to say that those are unimportant, it's just that the strategic purpose of having Taiwan under their control is a lot more important, in my opinion, than TSMC. TSMC is a big company in the semiconductor industry, but if China goes to war, Taiwan can be used as a submarine base to sink hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of global shipping. So in terms of value, the submarine, well, really the military basing value of the island is more important than TSMC, at least in my opinion. But I do thank you so much for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, Zyper Sniper, and thank you for supporting the Coffee Fund. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Renegade Preppers UK, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much as well, good sir, for that support. And also, I honestly didn't know there were that many preppers in the UK. I thought that was like really a US thing because the US, citizens love to freak out about the prepping stuff. I'm kind of like a light prepper myself, not really a heavy one. Although I'm literally sitting on like an ammo box right now, like literally under my feet for prepping. But anyways, it's pretty cool though. But Renegade Preppers UK said, LOSA, and hey guys, I hope this small contribution helps more coffee and more snacks for the coverage. But seriously, thanks guys for the content and the coverage over the state of the world, and thanks very much.
And thank you so much, Renegade Prepper, for enjoying the show and throwing in some kind words and helping us to keep funding coffee and snacks. Coffee and snacks are a big part of this show and channel, and I got to thank you massively for continuing to support them, so that way we can keep eating them. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep the content and the coverage rolling every day, and I'm massively thankful and appreciative to you for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on rolling. So massive thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Douglas L. Hemingway, who puts in a 20. And thank you as well, Douglas, for that support. He said, it's been 3+ years, and still the experts are saying Ukraine's about to lose. But Russia, for every kilometer gained by them, they lose 2 and 1,000+ soldiers. Isn't that kind of crazy, Douglas? The experts still can't admit they were wrong. Like, they're still pretending like they never said it was going to end in 3 days. Like, they're still pretending like they never said that. And now they're acting like Ukraine's always on the verge of losing. Like, the last time I listened to mainstream, which was about, I think, 2 months ago, they were making it sound like, oh, Ukraine's right on the verge of going downhill. It's like, are you still saying that after 3 years? It's like, what the hell? It's like these experts don't have enough expertise about them to know to back off a wrong conclusion. But apparently not. But Enforcer, what say you?
I agree with everything that Matthew just said, Douglas L. Hemingway, but also to add into it, I know exactly how they do it. Let's do the CNN-ified version of the Ukraine war. Raindrops hit the ground. There's a faint sound of artillery fire in the distance. This might be the final rain to hit a Ukrainian part of this town of and then they can't really pronounce the name. This is the final days of the Ukrainian army. And then they go to Ukrainian soldiers like, honestly, like, we've been holding this thing for like 3 years. We're beating their ass. He's saying that the war is almost lost and it's over. They're running out of ammunition and guns and time. Zelensky can only do so much. And they just keep going like that for like 5 minutes, and then they cut off of it. And then they go, okay, back to politics, everyone. We all hate this political party. And like it just goes back to that for 23 and a half more hours before they get back to foreign news for 30 minutes, and they kind of cover almost nothing. But that's generally how it works. It's really crazy, though, to see that the experts are saying that kind of stuff. And I see people coming in here and saying, well, you're wrong because this expert says this. And it's like, look, I'm not an expert, one. I'm just someone who likes to read, and we run a YouTube channel. But second, I don't have to agree with them. Like, I don't know if a lot of people get that. It's a free country, so I don't really give a damn what other people say. If it disagrees with me, like, they have a right to say that. But that does not mean that I have to agree with them. Like, just to be entirely frank with people. Does that mean I'm trying to beef with every other analyst or quote-unquote expert out there? No. but still a lot of them have ended up being wrong on a lot of stuff, so I really don't care a lot on other people's input. And if we end up being wrong, we're just wrong. But we're making our analysis because we're trying to be original. So, that's also another part of it as well. But anyways, with
At least
that,
we got the balls to say we're wrong when we're wrong. Like that's a quality right there. You think the quote unquote experts would have in their system to at least admit when they were wrong and back off of it and kind of eat crow a little bit? They can't do that because they build their whole identity around being the subject matter expert, and they believe that backing off a false conclusion makes them look like a clown. Honestly, it makes them look like more of a clown not to back off of it, and and not they don't have to apologize necessarily, but they can at least show some type of like regret for making a statement when they turn out to be wrong, but they don't do it. They just double down or they start attacking people because they feel like they're being attacked.
yeah, you would just think that, like, honestly, like, it's pretty easy, folks, like, especially when you're actually trying to cover news, to just say you're wrong. Like, you just be like, correction, this is actually untrue, or we thought it was this, but it was not the case, and it's actually this. I mean, we've done that so many times on this channel over the years that you could count them in the dozens, at least. But it's not hard to do that, especially if you're actually trying to cover accurate news, because anyone with a brain, anyone with reason would know that the story is not always going to be 100% accurate, especially when it's coming out live, and you'll have to modify it later when more information is found out. A lot like people did in World War II, or any other war for that matter, or any other event in the world. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to John Person, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, John, as well, for that support. He said, can we get a status update on building a decoy Taiwan? LOL. And thanks for the coverage, as always, and LOC.
You're making me think of Patrick from SpongeBob, where he's like, why don't we just take Taiwan and push it somewhere else? Like, maybe we ought to do that. Just put a whole bunch of U.S. warships on the east coast of the country, or the west coast of the country. Just push it further on out into the Philippine Sea. Maybe that'll work, honestly. Like, that might not be a bad idea. But a big thanks to you once again for the support, and mayonnaise is an instrument. But a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running, John Person, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Renegade Preppers UK once again. And he puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, for that second support of the night. He said, I hope it's okay to say this, but in a way, the Russians have already got an understanding on how nuclear fallout would affect the West due to the events of Chernobyl. Yeah. He said, plus the strikes against nuclear infrastructure as well.
I would have to say that that's true to an extent. But also, the United States studied heavily nuclear fallout through our own nuclear tests that we conducted in the United States, because we did know that they would produce fallout, and we measured where the fallout went. And there's actually maps that still collect and tabulate that information to this day. Let me show you all that. U.S. nuclear testing fallout map. Ah, yes, here we are. This is the map. This is all of the fallout that was ever created from nuclear testing here in the United States. You can actually see Los Alamos right down there.
Oh, look at that. They got a little bit extra.
Yeah, and then you can see the White Sands test range out here where most of the tests were conducted, like thousands of them. Well, actually, it was hundreds. But beyond that, the fallout would spread. Most of it would end up getting, oddly enough, not stuck on the Rockies. It just ended up landing on, like, the eastern borders of Montana, Wyoming, and also through Colorado, and then some of it also spread through the West Coast. By the way, folks, I just want to calm y'all down before some people freak out. Radiation from a nuclear explosion has an incredibly short half-life. It's only about 2 weeks, so there is absolutely no radiation from these nuclear tests that still exists today. But when they mapped it out, when the nuclear tests were being conducted, this is where a lot of the fallout would go. So
I think it's a 2-week half-life on the gamma particles, or the particles that are giving off gamma radiation, which I believe is one of the most dangerous forms of radiation. There's alpha, beta, and gamma. I think gamma is the most penetrating form of radiation, which is the most dangerous, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. The alpha and beta particles, they don't have as much penetration power, so they can't get through certain materials easier. You have to be closer to it, I think.
yeah, I think that is the case, but at the same time, though, all of that radiation has also pretty much ceased to exist from those nuclear explosions, and everything's turned back into background radiation that's just completely normal worldwide. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to, let's see. Also, I was trying to troubleshoot something real quick. Let me check here. Also, Destiny Edgington, Destiny asked me, did I see the super chat? I don't see the super chat in the list here. I also don't see it in my spreadsheet either. So I think there's might be a glitch or something happening where there didn't go through. I think, but I'm gonna look here again in just a second. But moving on to our next one. Also, before we move on, by the way, I was going to mention this. I looked at the Chernobyl fallout map or the radiation contamination map from the Chernobyl disaster. Oddly enough, most of the contamination actually went.
To
It
Sweden.
went. Let's see. Say what?
Most of it went to Sweden.
Yeah, well, not most of it, but it went west. Most of the fallout did, and it looks like it went directly over into Poland quite a bit. It obviously went into Ukraine, because that's obviously where it happened, and it really didn't go toward Russia that much. It mainly went toward Europe, the European countries mainly.
Let me see here. Let me go get that. Here we go. I think one of the Fallout maps from the time was really interesting because most, like, if you watch it day by day, it generally would float out of Chernobyl, and then the winds would take it either over into Poland in like little gusts, but the most common gusts actually were ones that would go over Belarus, Lithuania, and then right into Sweden, like straight into Stockholm, and then it would kind of like wisp around and then float through the North Sea and then over the northern part of England and the southern part of Scotland. And it was really interesting. I wish we could find that little montage, the day-by-day radiation and fallout from Chernobyl. That actually looks like a frame of that very clip I was talking about right there. But it was really interesting to look at because you could actually see how the winds were carrying it around according to the radiation measuring stations around Europe.
Yeah, and I guess presumably the same thing would happen if a nuke was exploded in Ukraine. I guess the same thing would happen, dispersal wise.
Not quite, because Chernobyl actually was emitting like a nuclear explosion's worth of radiation about every hour. A nuclear explosion, at least as far as a nuclear bomb is concerned, is instantaneous. So the fallout is created at the moment of explosion, and then it's carried off, and then it lasts for about a couple of weeks, and then it completely subsides. This, on the other hand, reactor meltdown, those are quite literally radiation levels of a nuclear explosion every few minutes or an hour, and then the winds take every single bit of that radiation of each quote-unquote new explosion that's pretty much happening in terms of radiation and spreads it around. So in general, reactor meltdowns are actually far more dangerous in terms of radioactive fallout than a nuclear bomb ever would be.
Interesting. Also, I see Christian Cruz saying he said he remembers when he was a kid and there was 3 months that they were not allowed to play outside because of Chernobyl, and he lived in Denmark, and he lives in Denmark. I heard about that. Like I'll admit, I heard about that and saw that in the Chernobyl miniseries. I knew that was a thing already, but I saw the whole dramatization of it in the miniseries. But there was also a big deal. You couldn't go outside in the rain for a while because the rain would bring the fallout down and the radioactive contamination out of the sky. So if you walked out there in the rain, it had higher levels of radiation in it. At least that's what I heard.
That's interesting. Actually, I actually didn't really know about that all too much, at least as far as Chernobyl went. But still, also, here's another map. Oh yeah, this is the one I was actually wanting to show right here. See that? Most of it hit Stockholm. For some reason, I don't know why, but a lot of radiation just ended up settling around in Stockholm.
Is that a Stockholm syndrome?
Maybe. Dude, they sat outside, they went, and then inhaled some radiation and went, I kind of like it here. And that was Stockholm Syndrome. I'm just kidding, folks. That actually was because of a whole bank robbery that happened in Stockholm. That's where it came from. Did you not know that, Matthew?
No, that was whiplash. It went from radiation to a bank robbery. That was whiplash.
Yeah, it was because of bank robbery. But for time constraints, folks, I won't be able to tell you all the historical rabbit hole behind that. But it's a really cool, well, not really a cool, but it's a very interesting sort of a story. But with that, we are on to the next one.
So our next one here goes to Cindy Mitchell, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Cindy, as well, for that support. And they said, happy late birthday, Matt, from Tucker.
Hey!
And, oh, thank you, by the way. They said, lately, Tuck has been traveling again, and more air miles on him than Air Canada, not Delta. Oh, damn, you got a beef with Delta. But they said, send it to the chat, says Tucker.
And dang, Tucker does not like Delta. A legacy airline. Shame, Tucker. I'm just kidding with you, by the way, Tucker. A lot of people are very opinionated about the different airlines in the United States, and I completely get it because it's a mixed bag on the kind of experience you get. But beyond that, happy late birthday. Actually, it's a happy late birthday to Matt from Tucker. Tucker's birthday didn't happen. It was Matthews, but a big thanks to Tucker for wishing Enforcer Matt a happy birthday. A little bit late, but better late than never is what I always say. And also, it's great to hear that Tucker has been traveling again. I hope he's been having a fun time traveling around, and cool to hear that he's got more travel time than Air Canada. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, Cindy Mitchell, and Tucker, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And we will make sure to get a live chat in y'all's honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so the live chat in honor of Cindy and Tucker, and also thank you for the happy birthday wishes once again to Tucker and Cindy. This live chat question is going to go to Ollie Williams, who said, "Just got here, guys, and what are both of your thoughts on the president sending nuclear subs near Russia?" I'll make it pretty simple from my side. I think it's a appropriate response. Medvedev and what the president called a fresh mouth, which I've never really heard that phrase used before, but he said Medvedev had a fresh mouth. I call it a foul mouth personally. That's what I call it. But Medvedev made one too many nuclear threats. The U.S. finally said, we're not having that anymore. You're either going to shut up or we're going to actually do something about it. We did something about it, and now Medvedev has gone silent. So I think it was a good move. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it was an incredibly strong deterrent. I actually, to be honest with y'all, was wanting the last administration to do that, and I also was a little bit miffed that the current administration had not done that yet. And now that's finally done, I got to say that that was the right move. I saw someone earlier in the chat that apparently, they're very political. You say that the president is weak, but he is strong. He's very strong, and he's doing strong things. And what do you say? I was like, well, it's like, have you not watched the show over like the last day or two? It's like we agreed with it. It's like it's finally the first time I've ever seen anyone in the government over the past 3.5 years have a spine. Like the whole time that we've been running the show, it's like I actually agree with that. I thought it was a good move. Because once again, like shocking to many people, we're not those people who pretend to not be political and then we just bash one side or the other, and it's quite clear we have a bias. Like, I'll bash people on both sides, but I'll also praise them equally if they make the right kinds of foreign policy decisions that are in America's interest. And that was a pretty good call. If the last president made that call, we would have agreed with it, and we would have said that's a smart call. If the current president did it, which he did, it was a good call. It was a pretty, honestly, decent one. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Foxglow yet again, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Fox, once again. They said, if you had to bet your life on it, would you bet that America will intervene in Taiwan or let them take it and prepare for a fight in the 2030s instead? And I lean toward the latter.
I would have to say that I think we would get involved in Taiwan because Taiwan is a once and done kind of a thing. If once that war is over, China's probably never going to war again, at least in a major way against most anyone else, because their territorial concerns with India are minor, and they just beat each other with sticks in the Himalayas over that one. And the Amur River Islands are really nothing important. So I think, really, to be entirely honest with you, Taiwan is a make or break kind of a thing. I think we actually would get involved. Although the administration is waffling on that right now, I don't think they'd be waffling on it on the day that the judgment call has to be made. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Sean Prince, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Sean, as well. He said, do we know which countries allow Russia to operate and maintain a fleet in the Black Sea? And why is it supported and allowed?
There are no countries that support Russia's fleet in the Black Sea beyond Russia's, and it's allowed because they're in Russian sovereign territory, and no one can tell what the Russians to do inside of their own waters and their own territory. So I thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Foxglow yet again, who puts in a 20. And huge shout out to you, Fox, for that support. I think this is the third one of the night right there. We do appreciate that. And Fox said, I have it in good authority from a guy working at a think tank with the Navy that they are pursuing an unmanned version of the Arsenal ship concept with a 700-foot deep hull design and capacity for 1,000 plus full-sized VLS cells.
1,000 VLS cells? What the hell? That is nuts. I think like most U.S. ships only carry 120. That is insane. Honestly, I can't wrap my head around that. If that is true, that's nuts. And I don't even know how much that would cost or how that would even work. That would be like quite truly ludicrous. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and sharing that. And I'm going to look into that a little bit more because that's actually wild. But still, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Danny B. And thank you very much, Danny, again, for the second support. He said, Chef Danny again, and what's the difference between a battleship and a destroyer? I really don't know anything about military ships.
They're generally designed for different roles, and I feel like Walter E. Lakota, the O.G. Ellison bosun, could describe this even better. But a battleship is generally a ship that is designed to engage in battle with the greatest ships of the line of an enemy navy. Did this ever really happen outside the Battle of Tsushima? Not really. But they were designed to confront the latest and greatest ships of any other enemy nation. Also, generally, they were used as floating artillery batteries in real practice. But a destroyer, on the other hand, at least in its original sense, and let me think, what would be the Fletcher class? There we go. Fletcher class destroyer. This is like the famous one of World War II, the Fletcher class. Everyone knows it. It's very famous. But the destroyer and the battleship were built for different purposes. The battleship was built heavily armored and it was designed to slug it out with the greatest of another country's ships. The destroyer, on the other hand, was not made to slug it out at all. A destroyer was made to either screen a battleship with anti-air defense cover, to provide some limited fire support to forces on shore, to be able to provide some general patrols over wider areas. But generally, the thing is that battleships are largely just obsolete because they were built around heavy guns. And in the modern world, guns are just not the way to go. That's why you see that most ships only have about one main gun, and they're incredibly small. They're destroyer scale, about 127 millimeters. So generally in the modern world, how it works is missile-based warfare, which is air defense for the larger part on most destroyers. So that's kind of the best thing that I could say. Battleships were made to slug it out. Destroyers really aren't made to slug it out, and they're really made more so for air defense and covering wider, broader areas. That's not even really a good explanation, to be entirely honest with you. That's a really bad one, but that's the best one I could make with my own words. But still, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And a very good question, Danny B. It's just, I feel that I can't really answer it too well, but that's the best answer I could give. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cody McNulty, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Cody, for that support. And also, we do appreciate that. He said, going in on Wednesday to attempt re-enlistment. And also, good luck, by the way.
Nice.
He said, what's your guys' opinion on boots on the ground in Ukraine? Long live the LSA. That's one thing right there. I would say no boots on the ground in Ukraine. That's just me personally. Ukraine is handling it well, but the one thing we do need to live up to, though, which thankfully we've done a complete 180 on it, is we need to ensure that we're giving Ukraine everything they need to defend their skies, so that way the civilians aren't getting butchered by the lunatic in Russia. That's what we need to do, and also give them offensive weapons as well, so that way they can actually gain some ground in the conflict. And we're doing that right now, which is a very good thing. But I say no American boots on the ground in Ukraine. We need to hold off because it looks like Russia is going to try to invade or attack a NATO country in the next year or 2 years maybe, and we need to be preparing ourselves to protect our own asses, basically, to be perfectly honest. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that from what I can tell, I don't think boots on the ground would be a good idea. I would generally have to agree with Matthew. The only place I could see boots on the ground being appropriate is if the Russians attack us first in the Baltics and Poland, and then we make that all a united front against the Russian Federation. That's the only time I can find it justifiable, but as far as making it an independent front where we were fighting on the behalf of Ukraine inside their own territory, I don't really think that's a incredibly good idea. So I hope that does address that well. And also, good luck on re-enlistment, by the way. But still, a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than, while I scroll up to it, this one goes to Just Dad Good, who puts in a 17. And thank you very much, Dad Good, for that support. He said, awesome stream as usual. And do you think World War III will be mostly drones and robots?
I think it's going to be heavily drone-based. Definitely, if it happens in our age right now, it's going to be a very drone-based kind of a war. Robots, on the other hand, I still think, except for the crude ones we see in Ukraine, actual robots, almost like cyborg type things, those will still be a good while away, maybe 10 years from now or so. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Just imagine one day you're going to have an implant, the soldiers will. I'm not personally, I wouldn't want it, but they might have it. And you'll be able to have a HUD basically in your eyeballs. That'll be kind of crazy.
I don't
But
want
anyways, Yeah, I don't want that either. Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of that because who's able to control what's being projected into your eyeballs at that point? I think I would like to control my own eyeballs. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Shaky Jake 117, who puts in the 15. You said keep up the good work and LSA.
And LSA, and a huge thanks to you for the support, Shaky Jake. And of course, we'll keep up the great work thanks to your support. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a 15. And thank you very much. He said lack of military resupply once the war or encirclement starts will be the reason Taiwan loses, and that China might let humanitarian supplies through, but not a military resupply.
You know, actually, that is something I think I didn't clarify earlier. I also was saying that China would eventually win a war against Taiwan. I think a lot of people may have been misunderstanding that from my end, because while I was saying they could hold out for months or well over a year, I didn't say that they could hold out forever. So I think the difference was is that Matthew's saying it would be a few days or maybe a few weeks, and I was saying it was a few months to a year, and I think some people took that as me saying Taiwan could survive like Ukraine, and it wouldn't. It would take a lot longer for them to lose, but they'd still lose nonetheless without any foreign support. So I definitely agree with that. Taiwan would lose because of a naval blockade, but I think it would take far longer to break down the Taiwanese and take over the island than Matthew was saying in a few days to a few weeks, because even the United States in the Gulf War, where we completely curb stomped the Iraqis, it took us 6 months to win that. So saying that the Chinese could not only destroy all of Taiwan's air defenses, ground-based anti-ship defenses, the Air Force, and the Army well enough to be able to land an amphibious landing force in just a few days and then take the whole island in less than a week or just a few weeks is a fairly unrealistic timetable, because it never really has happened like that except for very, very rare occasions, and those make the books, like the invasion of Poland, in history. So that would generally be my statement on that, but I want to make it clear, I don't think the Taiwanese could survive on their own. They will require foreign support or intervention to be able to keep themselves alive and maintain their sovereignty. So with that,
If the West abandons them, Taiwan will give up in days. Like that's my prediction.
but they would have but the leaders of the country would have no purpose in that, and also the soldiers would have no purpose, because the communist government is going to hunt those people down when the war is over. There's nowhere for them to escape. They can't escape the island, so everyone on the island has a reason to fight until the end. Like it's a lot like Zelensky. Like if Zelensky gave up and Ukraine was just taken, he was going to be put on trial by the Russians, put in prison, and then eventually executed, beat to death, get a blood clot, whatever they did with Navalny. That's the same thing that would happen to anyone in the Taiwanese government if that happened. The Chinese would bring them to the mainland, put them on trial, and probably have them all executed. So the government has a very big reason to fight. All of the military officers have a really big reason to keep their men fighting, and the men themselves in the ROC's army have a big reason to fight as well, because the Chinese government could also come for them.
I think the government would bail. They would jump on a jet and they would take off. They would probably head to the nearest American military base, or they would head somewhere where they know they have allies where they can be protected. I think the government there would leave pretty quick. At least the top leadership would. But you got to remember, like the psychological aspect of it. China is a very powerful country. They're almost close to the same level as the United States when it comes to their military. And Taiwan, even though it's well fortified, is not at China's level. So if America says, Taiwan, you're on your own, and then China's like, we're going to throw everything we got at them, Taiwan's not going to, psychologically, they're not going to go down on that hill, I don't think.
I would have to say I've heard something like this very similar 3.5 years ago, maybe even 4 years ago. And I actually think that some people that I may talk to pretty frequently were saying something like this about Ukraine, and it didn't really turn out to be the case. And really anywhere in the world. I mean, people said, "Oh, they'll bomb the Houthis, and the Houthis will give up," and they didn't. And people said, "Oh, the Iranians will get bombed; they'll give up their nuclear ambitions," and they didn't. And then people said, "Oh, even General Milley was saying, oh, within a couple of days or a week, Ukraine will be done for," and they weren't. So like I just don't really believe anymore in this idea that, oh, a country that's big enough and strong enough and they march really well in a parade and they're marching in step and their weapons look kind of cool, they'll win in a couple of days to a week, because it just doesn't happen anywhere. It doesn't even happen for us in the United States.
I don't know. I have a very bad feeling, and also when I say this, I'm not saying it to try to be a defeatist or something. I want Taiwan to be free. Like they need to be free for American strategic interests. And also, I'm not a huge fan of sovereign countries being invaded by dictatorships, which, in my opinion, China is a form of dictatorship. So, I want them to be free, but at the same time, though, if the entire weight of China decides to come down on Taiwan, China's literally right there. Like, it's not like they're across the world or something. When the U.S. bombed the Houthis, we had to go all the way around the world to go get them. China's right there, and also they're concentrating such a large force on such a small geographical piece of land. It's not like Ukraine. This thing is like really small, so they can concentrate a hell of a lot of power in a small area. And that's going to be a tough thing to withstand if China really wants to put their whole weight behind it.
I don't know, man, because a lot of people said that about the Russians. And I like for a decent bit there, I think you were also one of the people saying that, and they've held out for a really long time.
No, I
I'm
never
not.
said that about Ukraine ever. In fact, and I predicted the war starting, and I never said they were just going to last for 3 days.
Well, I mean, I remember a lot of people, man, were saying like, especially before the war began, they did not last long. And they lasted an incredibly long time. Now, I was one to say that the war wouldn't start, but I also said that the Russians are certainly not the superpower people make them out to be. But at the same time, though, China is not the superpower people make them out to be either. And while they're wealthier and a little bit better off and better equipped than the Russian army, I don't think that they could win in just a couple of days or weeks, because not even the United States of America in actual practice has ever won a war in that short amount of a time. And we are the largest military power on the planet.
We'll have to see on this one. We're going to see. I hope you're right. Like I hope that's the case, because if that is true and Taiwan's able to withstand China, then that's setting a very good precedent that countries that are considered the underdog compared to the aggressor can hold their own. That's setting a very good precedent, because a lot of people did think that about Ukraine and Russia, and they believed that Ukraine was going to fall quick because Ukraine was considered the underdog. But look at where we're at now, or 3 years later, and they're holding their ground. But I still believe that Taiwan's going to be a little bit different than that, especially considering that China is a much more potent military than Russia ever was, even at their prime. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see on that one, but I still feel like the Taiwanese could hold out. They would still lose, but I feel like they would hold out for a quite considerable length of time, a couple of months or up to a year. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Just a Plumber 3, who puts in a 10. And he said, getting this in before I fall asleep. And LSA to all, and good night.
Hey, and LSA, and a big good night to you, Just a Plumber, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Cody McNulty for putting in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for the second support of the night. And also a big shout out to Robos for putting in a $6 donation as well. We also have a 10 from G. Willikers, mister, who puts in a 10. He said, I'm just curious, what are the enforcers' thoughts and opinions on the...
That's a domestic political issue.
That sounds political. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, I would be curious to know what that was, but I think it's domestic.
I thank you for the support, but as far as Quebecan independence, that is a more so domestic Canadian political issue, so we largely wouldn't make a comment on that. But a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mr. Biscuit, who puts in the 10. And he said, LSA, and please take one from the chat room.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Mr. Biscuit. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Martin Gray, who said, how long do you think Russia and China will last against NATO? Quite a while, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what do you think?
Probably, like, combined, probably a couple of years. It would probably end up becoming something like World War II, at least in terms of length. And that's before the nuclear bombs would even start flying. Well, I don't know. Actually, it might only last a couple of months before nuclear bombs start flying, because the Russians would probably get steamrolled pretty quick. But I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Plant Lord, who puts in a 10. And they said, if China invades and Taiwan lasts for weeks and months, and China takes huge losses, do you think China will pull back? What level of losses would be the limit for China?
Let's see here. If China invades, I think if the Chinese have committed to an actual physical ground invasion of the island, they're not stopping at that point to pull back or anything. They're going to keep that going, because at that point they're on the island, and pulling back would only mean losing ground. So they would, at that point, it's a do or die sort of a situation. They're going to keep pressing the offensive until they take the island completely. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Dupper Bob. And Dupper Bob said, "Slove Ukraine and rip Taiwan." Damn, he's throwing in the towel on Taiwan right this second. I hope it's not rip Taiwan. Like, I really don't. If the U.S. shows up and the West does what we're supposed to do, then Taiwan will be good. Because obviously, if Taiwan has U.S. support, then China is going to have a bit of a rough one with that. But hopefully they got U.S. support. It all hinges on that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support, Dupper Bob. And I got to say, I think with American support, Taiwan will hold easily, in my opinion. But it's only with American support. If they are left on their own, they will end up losing. But I still think that they have a fighting chance, especially with American support. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jigglesworth, who puts in a 10. And he also brings up the same thing that, let's see here, G. Willikers brought up about that domestic political thing. I've never really heard of that. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to do some research after the stream, but we can't discuss it, sadly, because it does apparently get into Canadian domestic politics. But we would love to address it, but we can't. But thank you very much, Jigglesworth, for that support. And we are moving on to our next one, which goes to Kathy Koff, who puts in a 10 and said, "I don't see China going after Taiwan now, and they can't count on Russia, and they are too involved in Ukraine, and they also can't count on any help from Iran for obvious reasons, and China isn't going after Taiwan."
I would have to agree. They're not going after Taiwan for now. I would say that they're going to be going after that in 2027, but generally because the Navy isn't ready to support an amphibious offensive. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 20 that just came in from Arar983, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Arar, for that support as well. We do appreciate that. He said, "Was watching yesterday's stream and LOL at your impression of Zelensky shopping at Wright-Patterson Air Force Museum."
And I've got to thank you for the support. And I'm glad you got a laugh out of that because it was a pretty funny one to do. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, Arar, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Robert H., who said, "The Enforcer and S2 Underground is a well-rounded diet. Thank you all for the honesty and true patriotism. No fluff, all truth."
And I thank you so much for appreciating it, Robert H., and helping this channel to keep on running. So a huge thanks to you once again for the support. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Robert H. He said, "I'd like to know what y'all think. Huge money on Golden Dome or a revamp on our power grid? And I think the grid."
I would have to say the grid actually is a fairly important thing to revamp because we understand that we're almost at max capacity on most of the U.S. national grid. So it would be good to start fleshing that out a lot more, considering that the future seems to be a lot more energy dependent than the current age is even right now, which is already the maximum that we've seen it at. It's a little bit concerning though, because the amount of energy consumption that we're getting into these days is actually, to be entirely honest with you all, unsustainable by normal means, with oil and coal largely providing most of the power on our grid. I don't know what the hell is wrong with people in not wanting to pursue nuclear power, but that would be the way to fuel the grid as easily and efficiently as possible. Not even speaking on the cleaner side of things as far as the mitigating pollution and such things. That's just the most easy and efficient way and most economical way to do it. And for some reason, we're still not working towards that direction. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Rush, who puts in the 5. He said, "If the U.S. gets the Leonidas drone defense systems, it could honestly be a game changer. And that phrase is thrown around, but it could be super good."
And I would have to say it probably would be a great effect for the air defense over Ukraine, but one can only hope because the Leonidas is fairly new, and for that reason it will largely be a national security risk to possibly give one to the Ukrainians. But still, a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Tony, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Tony, for that support. And we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 5 from $2 Garage, who said, "At this point, when will the Russians roll out the state-of-the-art T-34s?"
They've gotten so close. They're down to T-55s now, which are just one step away from the T-34. So they're actually right there. Like, they're not that far off. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Derek Pruce. And he said, "Best news anchors." And thank you, Derek. He said, "Moreover, Ron Burgundy. Stay classy, guys."
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Derek. Because folks like you help us to do better than Ron Burgundy. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Renegade Preppers UK once again, who puts in a 5. He said, question for both of you guys. Was there any update about the spike in radiation at the Zaporizhzhia NPP and LOC and Slavia, Ukraine? And I believe that happened about a week ago. And the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant allegedly had perimeter readings of elevated radiation. We never did get an update on that. And the governing body that should be taking those readings, I believe they are still monitoring the facility, which I believe it's the IAEA, which is supposed to be taking those readings, I think. But we have never gotten an update. So, maybe it's an issue. I'm not sure. It's really weird. We have a really sparse time getting information about the ZNPP. So I don't know. It's just best guess, I guess you could say. But Enforcer, what say you?
He said it. He said pee-pee. I'm just kidding, by the way. But beyond that, there's like almost no information that comes out about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The IAEA is fighting to get anything from the Russians, and they're hardly even allowed to inspect the plant most times. So we heard about the spike. We haven't heard about anything since. So we're largely assuming that the situation has normalized, but still, that's just an assumption. We don't really have any proof to confirm that. Also, for some reason, man, they have a restaurant called Music Hall Chocolate. Oh, well, actually, that's like kind of nice. What the hell are these?
That's what you drink. Oh wow, look, they got sushi
and pizza.
I don't know if that pizza looked good or bad, to be honest with you. It kind of looked a little bit of both. Oh, that was pretty good.
These shrimps are radioactive. Yo, Jim. Yo, buddy.
Damn, man. They got Jim Beam in Ukraine? That's crazy. That's like exotic liquor over there.
Dude. Jägermeister.
Oh, Jägermeister.
Yo, dude, it's like it's all American here, really. You can find all these brands in the United States, but and a Pepsi. That's pretty normal.
Oh, a Pepsi. What the hell?
But this, by the way, this is called chocolate because this is chocolate, which is chocolate in Ukrainian or Russian. So, interesting that they would call it that.
That is interesting. They would call it that right there near the power plant. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I forgot to share this with y'all as well. This is a little interesting. This is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and this right here is the Zaporizhzhia thermal power plant, and they both share the same campus, actually. Yeah, I bet a lot of people didn't know that. Like, that's never been mentioned. I've never mentioned that in 3.5 years. But that's actually a thermal power plant on the very same campus as the nuclear power plant. So, a little interesting fact for y'all. But anyways, with that, hope that does address that somewhat well at least. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to BPG, who puts in the 5 and said, I heard the Three Gorges Dam looks beautiful from the air this time of year.
Oh, it does? I haven't heard of this such thing, Matty. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Have you?
I haven't either. Rumor has it they named the dam after a practice that is done by the North Korean regime. It's called the Three Gorges. It's called breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, that's criminal, right? Damn.
I'm just joking.
Man, dude, you might be joking, but Kim Jong-un's hitman, eh? I'm just kidding.
Hey, take it easy. Come on.
It's just a joke. It's just a joke. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support, BPG, and also that was actually absolutely an amazing joke by Enforcer Matt. Actually, that one got me. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Plazoth, who puts in a 5. They said LOT, LOC.
And long live the Leaf Spring Army, Plazoth. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5. He said, war is intrinsic to humanity, and it won't be solved in my lifetime, but but should we not strive to prevent it through other means? I'm sorry, Andrew. I had such a hard time reading that one there. I don't know why. I almost had like a stroke in the middle of that. But go ahead, Enforcer. What were you going to say?
I have a stammer, and that was the movie The King's Speech. But beyond that, I do have to say that I would say we strive to prevent it as much as we can, but I don't really think the situation's ever going to be solved, at least in my opinion, because we've always tried to solve it and we've never been successful. It's kind of like the same issue with homelessness and poverty and famine. We really, no matter how much we try, we can never fully fix those issues. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel keep it running. Honestly, man, I feel like that sometimes, though, with a stammer when I'm on the show, because I'll be sitting there and I'll just like trip over a word. Like if it was like a physical trip, like you trip over something and fall flat on your face. Sometimes it feels like that. I don't know why though. It just happens out of the blue. Like no lead up or anything. It just ends up happening. But anyways, with that,
It seems to be happening to a lot of politicians these days too. That guy that said, "If you want help, call a crackhead." That guy walked out yesterday and walked out in the press conference and literally just froze mid sentence and just like went blank. Also, the Senate Majority Leader, or I think he was, he also did the same thing. Another individual who happened to be the president also did the same thing a little bit. It seems to be a new trend these days, just to stop mid sentence and think.
Man, it's the microplastics in the brain. Like, honestly, everyone's sitting there and, like, the microplastics stop the neurons from firing. So you just sit there and you'd stop.
It's a sign of intelligence when you just stop mid sentence and you just go blank. That's like top IQ moves. Like I think they say that's what Albert Einstein used to do when he was coming up with the equation. He would just stop mid sentence and stop talking and stare at you, and that's the mark of a genius.
Man, that's genius. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. Holy smokes, folks, we are like going well over time tonight. Like, even if we get to the live chats quick, this is going to be longer than a 4-hour stream probably. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
Stable genius. Moving on to our next one here. This one goes to JC Denton, who puts in a 5. And thank you, JC, as well, for that support. He said, "Can we just go back to where conflicts were limited only to the Middle East instead of the whole world going insane?"
Well, too many people wished for the other. Everyone's like, "Damn, I'm tired of fighting in the sandbox. I want to fight somewhere else." So the world granted their wish, and now there's a war in every corner. So you can fight in the Thailand jungles, or you can fight on the island of Taiwan, or you can fight on the DMZ in Korea, or you can fight in the desert-like and arid landscapes of the India-Pakistan border. Or maybe you do like the sandbox. There's plenty of wars going on there. Or maybe you would like to fight in the plains of Eastern Europe on the Zaporizhia plain. Or maybe just maybe, you might want to fight in South America. Or maybe in Africa. We've got the answer for you. There's something happening everywhere. But beyond that, I just gotta say, be careful what you wish for, folks, because sometimes you get it. And too many of you little people out there kept on wishing, damn, I wish another war wouldn't happen in the Middle East, and the genie granted your wish, it made a war happen everywhere else. So count your blessings when there's only a war happening in the Middle East from now on, folks, because otherwise we end up with this, where there's literally a war happening everywhere, or a war about to happen just about everywhere. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that this addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cody Fritz, who puts in a 5. He said, "Speaking resources in South America, y'all know what goes good with bananas. Rubber. Check out Fordlandia. Good book. Ford built a town for rubber." I thought you were about to hit me with a punchline for a minute. I was like waiting for it, but I think he was just spitting facts.
Yeah, he apparently you were Cody Fritz, and that actually sounds like a book that I'd be interested in. That actually sounds like it's up my alley. But a big thanks to you once again for support. And also, folks, y'all know that company, Chiquita Banana, this one.
It means
here.
little girl?
Apparently it did. I didn't know that, actually.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Me either. But at one point, folks, it was the United Fruit Company. Oh! And the United Fruit Company was the one that would tell the U.S. government, "Go down there and get them!" And the government would go down there and they get them. The United Fruit Company literally ran a monopoly for a while on the banana trade. And they were the United Fruit Company, man, actually went to, I think it was Eisenhower, your favorite president, Matthew, and they were like, "Oh my God, they're paying them fair wages." There's a great video out on YouTube, but they were like, "Oh my God, they're paying the workers fair wages. They're cutting down their work hours. They might be commies." And that's what made Eisenhower send Alan Dulles and the CIA down there to go overthrow everyone. So that's the real story, actually.
Huh, that's pretty cool right there, honestly.
Yeah.
What's got you obsessed with the banana story all of a sudden?
Well, people keep bringing it up. It's also where Banana Republic comes from, by the way, if you didn't know. That's actually where the phrase comes from, is this whole thing.
You seem oddly well versed in this whole banana story right here, and you're very
It's
eager to tell about it.
It's a whole thing because, like, even dude, it was such a crazy thing. I'm not even kidding. There were trains specially run in the United States through most of the early part of the 20th century that were specifically for moving bananas and exotic fruits from Central America, and they were called the Pacific Fruit Growers. Let's see, Express. Let me get these cars. Here they are. These rail cars specialized in the transport of bananas and other exotic fruits from Central America. It was that big that railroads literally would buy rail cars for the specific purpose of moving bananas.
Interesting. I don't know why bananas. I mean, bananas are good, but I mean, if you're gonna go like to war over a fruit, I would rather like go to war over a mango.
I mean, honestly, yeah, but Mao Zedong did that, in China. He was like, "Man, this mango be bussin'," and then everyone started killing each other because someone finally said, "I think it's kind of mid," and they literally beat him to death for that. Like, they beat a guy to death because he said, "Honestly,
Damn.
it was all right. It wasn't that great." Insane stuff, really, when you think
Had
about
that mob thing going on then too. That's crazy.
Yeah, they had it back then. That was I forgot what the time was in Matthew. The great it was around the time of the Great Leap Forward. It was the Cultural Revolution. That's what it was called. But that was a facet of the Cultural Revolution was the obsession with mangoes. So you're actually not that far off. That's a Chinese thing though. Here in America, we're bananas for bananas. But anyways. With that, I hope that addressed that well. I hope that was a fun little rabbit hole for all of y'all. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Scott Cloud, who puts in a 5. He said, Douglas McGregor says 1.8 million people have died so far in the war in Ukraine. What do you guys think? I don't know. I don't think, me personally, I don't put any stock into what that fella says, but that's just my personal opinion. I know some people listen to the fella. Me personally, I just don't know about the guy, me personally. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, I'm not really a big fan of Douglas McGregor's. I think he speaks a lot of BS a lot, and also I've heard some statements out there that apparently he's been on Russia Today a couple of times, and generally anyone who goes on to Russia Today can kind of be considered almost a pseudo foreign agent. So me personally, I wouldn't really allegedly, I do have to say that allegedly, but I wouldn't really personally put a lot of stock into comments of Douglas McGregor's, just to be entirely frank. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Destiny Edgington, who puts in a 5. And Destiny said, best YouTube channel.
And I think of us support Destiny Edgington, and I gotta say, thank you for calling us the best YouTube channel. And also, sorry if we did miss your super chat earlier. I've looked for it as well, and I could not find one. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Monster Lab, who puts in a 4, and Fernando, who puts in a 3. And thank you both very much for that support as well. We also have a 2 from LSA Sergeant Figment, who said, LSA, hit the like button. That's an order.
And that is an order, folks. Hit the like button. Actually, a lot of people have. We've got 5,000 likes right now. Holy moly. That's actually a lot of them. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Swish Swoosh, who puts in a 2. They said, me like burgers and mustard, and keep with the good work.
And thank you so much for the support. I like burgers and mustard too. I think it's pretty decent, really. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mr. Hunky Dory, who puts in a 2, and says, can Taiwan effectively stop China at coastal China?
I doubt it. I doubt it. That would be tough. If they want, there's no way, actually, there's no way in hell they'd stop them at Kinmen County. Kinmen County is getting encircled and taken. Now, that can be taken in days or weeks. That wouldn't be too hard. But the actual island itself, I think that'd still take months or up to a year. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mr. Hunky Dory, who puts in a 2 and says, the 3 is the years URK has held out.
Ukraine?
I think they meant to say Ukraine, yeah.
Arc. The 3 is the years the Arc has held out. And I would have to say, I thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Renegade Preppers UK, who puts in a 2. They said, you're always showing honesty and integrity in LSA.
And LSA. And we try our best to show some honor and integrity. And so a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the questions of the live chat segment. Actually, we've been in the question segment for a very long time, but it's time for us to move on into the live chat segment, where we're going to be getting 3 live chats due to extreme time constraints tonight and the Morse code decoders of the stream. Very generous. But with that, Matthew, what do we got?
So our Morse code decoders were Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Errol Garbo, and Heroic Fluffiness. They said the Morse says China is now trying to play the psych them out game. It's pretty lame, really.
And that's a ton of money. I got that 10 on the nail. I got to congratulate the Least Springer on the Signal Corps for once again getting that correct time and time again. I have a stammer. And that was the movie The King's Speech, people. But a huge thanks to you once again for the support and in getting that correct, because the Least Springer on the Signal Corps is always getting that correct time and time again. And we are always amazed by y'all's Morse code decoding abilities. So with that, a massive thanks to you so much once again. And due to significant time constraints, we have a couple of more super chats that came in. I'm going to be making sure to address them, but we want to make sure to keep the time constraints in mind. We have a $5 super chat from Cody McNulty, and he said, I heard the Taiwanese recently received 38 of an order of 108 M1A2T Abrams tanks. Do you think this will help to deter the CCP? I would have to say yes. M1A2 Abrams would be great for the defense in a ground invasion, and I do think the provision of M1A2 Abrams to the aging fleet of the Republic of China Army's tank force, which is largely made up of M48 and M60 Patton main battle tanks, is an incredibly good supplement to the older main battle tanks that they have, Chris. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. A huge thanks to you so much once again. And we also have a $2 super chat from Show Nuffin Jr. And he said, plan on joining the military. Is it a bad time? And I'd say no. There is no bad time to join the military. Just understand it's not going to be a picnic or a cakewalk. The military does have its issues, much like any other job or department out there in the world. But beyond that, I do have to say that it's not a bad time to join the military. There's never a bad time to serve our nation in the armed forces. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And I'd have to say, enlist, young man, enlist. And so with that, it is time for us to move on into the third to last question of the night.
What's the hardest part about joining the military? Probably the peanut butter shot. Honestly, I think I'd rather go fight the war than get the peanut butter shot. But going into our first live chat question here, this one goes to Alarm Goose, who said, how long do we have until possible full-on World War III pops off?
I would say it's hard to say these days, but the chances are skyrocketing. We always told y'all they would be like an exponential scale. When we're getting closer to World War, the percentage starts to skyrocket. And I would say that right now, we could be anywhere from months to over a year away from World War III if things keep going the way they're going. So with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the second to last question for the night.
And this one goes to Ashera, who said, good evening, LSA. Here's a question. Would a swarm of sea babies drones be a solution against any of China's ship up to bring footmen on Taiwan soil?
They could actually. That could actually pose a significant threat, because most conventional warships these days actually don't have the kind of firepower abilities to deal with that many kinds of drones. So the answer to that is yes, that actually could pose a significant threat to a landing force. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person that threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Paul Schultz, who said, will China slowly ramp up to invasion, example, increased manipulation, civil disturbance, etc., or will it be a surprise shock and awe attack?
They'll, of course, try their non-war military activities, psychological operations, those sorts of things leading up to a war. So you'll generally be able to tell that they're getting closer and closer to it. But when it kicks off, it's largely going to look like shock and awe. Generally, the opening of every war, even if they try and build their way up into it, looks almost like a shock and awe sort of a thing. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A huge thanks to you once again for asking a great question and rounding out tonight's stream. And I've got to say, a huge thanks to everyone who's been here tonight. At the peak tonight, we had a whopping 16.8 thousand people here, and over the course of the stream, about 210,000 people have, well, actually 200,000 people exactly, correction there, have graced our wonderful show and have been here to watch it. And I've got to thank you all so much once again for being a part of the massive crowd of people who are here tonight. I wish we could get to know each and every one of y'all personally and speak to y'all in great detail and depth, but nevertheless, we generally don't get to, unfortunately. I also have to say a huge thanks to everyone so much for watching this channel so heavily that we are actually still in the top 30s in America for live streams, and one of the largest news streams out there. in America right now. It's a huge honor and a privilege to be able to know that we get to hold that title each and every single day, and we all thank you so much once again for watching this channel tonight. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world, and to also run the Sunday night fundraiser. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, long live the Republic, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, like the Enforcer said as well, it's glad to have every single one of the 200,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream, a truly whopping amount of people that were here tonight. We're glad to have every single one of you, and we'll see you all tomorrow on the Short War video midday, which tomorrow it'll be me doing the Short War video if there is enough news to cover, so be sure to join me on that video if there is enough news to cover, that is. And also, the live stream again tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. But once again, thank you all for joining us, and Slava Ukraine. Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.